지식 나눔 프로젝트입니다. 지난 2004년부터 기술의 관점에서 한 발 앞서 미래를 내다본 서울 디지털 포럼을 계승하는 한편 그 한계를 뛰어넘기 위해 2018년 SBS D 포럼으로 새롭게 출발했습니다. Diversity, Democracy, Data, Dream 등 다양한 뜻을 가진 D처럼 우리 사회가 당면한 문제를 여러 각도에서 깊이 있게 논의합니다. SBS D 포럼은 해마다 주목해야 할 화두를 선정해 인터뷰, 캠페인, 소셜 프로젝트 등을 연중 실시하고 연말에는 오프라인 포럼을 통해 국내외 정상급 연사들과 참가자들이 한자리에 모여 해법을 모색합니다.
저는 앞으로 인공지능 도구들을 적용을 시켜서 작업의 효율을 높여야 살아남을 수 있을 것이라고 생각을 하는데,
인공지능을 잘 활용하는 사람하고 잘 활용하지 못하는 사람, 이 둘의 격차가 좀 크게 벌어질 것 같아서
나는 어떤 직업을 선택해야지? 나는 어떤 전공을 선택해야지? 혼란스럽고 의문이 드는 단계라고 생각을 합니다.
저희 윗세대 분들은 이제 민주화, 경제 성장이 공통된 과제였던 적도 있고, 그렇다면 우리 세대의 공통된 과제는 무엇이냐?
사회과긴 하지만 인지신경, 계산신경 이쪽을 연구실에서 하고 있어서 AI에 아무래도 관심을 가지게 됐고요. 뭔가 지금까지 논해지지 않았던 걸 좀 해볼 수 있지 않을까.
근데 최근 들어서 교육 현장이 많이 변화하고 있고, 그 변화에 굉장히 인공지능이 많은 도움을 주고 있어서 제가 이 분야에서 어떤 걸 좀 더 할 수 있을지 고민을 하게 되다가,
우리 세대가 결국 인공지능 또는 로봇과 같이 살아가야 되는데 그들과 같이 살아가려면 어떤 세상이 되어야 될까?
인간이랑 같은 레벨에 있으려면 평가하고 선택이랑 조금 더 가까워진 것 같아요. 모든 사람이 이런 빅데이터에 대해서 흔히 말하는 접근이 가능하고, 모든 사람이 그런 흔히 말하는 이제 모델을
이게 사람 뇌를 기계로 업로드를 시키는 것도 있지만, 또 아예 컴퓨팅 쪽에서는 뇌를 자체를 우리가 컴퓨터로 시각화해보자 하잖아요.
퍼스널 아이덴티티, 인격 동일성에 대한 이야기. 어떤 이 인간이랑 이 인간이 같은 인간인가를 판정하는 기준을 두는 건데, 이 심리적 동일성 이론에 따르면 인간이란 무엇이냐, 그것은 어떤 우리의 기억이나 어떤 이성적 본성이나
저 권위도 되게 인상 깊었고, 스펙트럼화 된다라는 느낌도 들었어요.
각자가 생각하고 있는 키워드 그냥 막 적어볼까?
인공지능을
어떻게 쓸지는 그 사회의 구성원들이 결정을 하는데 그건 결국 사회가 가지고 있는 욕망과 문제를 그대로 반영을 할 거라고 생각해요.
우리 사회에 어떤 욕망과 문제가 있을까?
난 우리 지난번에 만나서 얘기했던 비교 사회가 난 핵심이라고 생각해.
사실 지금 머릿속에 계속 맴돌고 있는 단어는 뾰족함이거든요. 이렇게 여러 가지가 동시에 변하고 있는 상황에선 큰 그림을 보는 것만큼이나 한 섹터에서 좀 깊게 들어가는 고민도 필요한 것 같다 이 생각이 들더라고요.
늦게까지 계속 하신다고 그러더라고요.
아, 맞습니다. 저희가 뭐 따로 타임 리밋, 그러니까 시간 제한을 두고 논의하고 있지는 않은데 아무래도 밤늦게까지 좀 이어지지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
우리 10분만 자고 시작할까?
잠깐 쉬었다가 한 40분부터 시작할까요, 그러면?
네. 고생했어, 지안나. 고용이 몰락하고 인공지능이 우리의 일자리를 다 뺏어가면 제발 다 뺏어가! 다 가져가! 라고 오히려 부추겨야 된다. 그래서 인공지능이 일을 다 가져가면 우리는 자아실현만 하면 된다. 굉장히 말도 안 되는 얘기겠지만
사실 우리가 인공지능이 그릴 미래가 유토피아여야만 한다라고 당위적 주장을 하려면 지금 유토피아를 만드는데 무엇이 방해를 하고 있는가를 지적하는 게 중요하다고 생각해요. 낡은 제도와 규범에 스마트한 대전환이 필요하다 해서 우리가 지적할 낡은 제도와 규범을 뭐냐?
저희가 여러분들께 제시하고 싶은 미래는 바로 단순 노동으로부터의 자유, 즉 인류의 해방입니다. 현대 사회에서는 자본주의 논리에 맞춰 노동, 즉 물질적인 가치를 생산하는 활동이 가장 중요하게 취급받고 있습니다. 노동과 노동으로 인한 경제적 이득이 더 이상 중요하지 않게 됐을 때 일은 어떻게 될 것인가, 사회는 어떻게 될 것인가에 대한 새로운 가능성이 제시되어야 합니다.
저희는 그 답을 조세 제도에서 찾았습니다. 모든 국민은 납세의 의무를 진다. 다들 아시는 사실일 텐데요. 그러면 세금은 인간만 낼 수 있는 것일까요? 아닙니다. 법인, 즉 실제 하지 않는 어떤 허상이죠. 하지만 법으로는 법인을 법적으로 인간으로 보고 이 법인에게도 세금의 의무를 부과하고 있습니다. 그렇다면 인공지능이나 로봇도 법인과 같이 법적 인간으로 인정을 한다면 세금의 의무를 부과할 수 있다고 저희는 생각을 했는데요. 기업이 노동자를 고용을 하듯이 AI나 로봇에게도 월급을 주고 그 월급의 일정 부분을 세금으로 떼어서 사람들에게 분배를 하면 기본소득 제도와 같은 사회보장제도가 됩니다. 이 소득에 기반해서 인간은 노동으로부터 탈피해서 인간다움과 자아실현에 기반한 가치, 그리고 행복, 자아실현과 같은 물질이 아닌 다른 가치를 지향을 하게 돼야 한다고 생각을 했습니다.
근데 지금 그렇게 논의가 AI에게 조세를 걷어서 기본소득을 제공을 하자라는 건 모든 사람을 무임승차자로 만들겠다라는 논의인 것 같고, 그렇게 되면 결국 아무도 노동을 하지 않고 모두가 무임승차를 하다 보면 과연 그렇게 말씀하신 AI로 인해서 계속 선순환이 되는 노동 구조가 지속이 될 수 있느냐.
저희는 반대로 이렇게 질문을 드리고 싶습니다. 왜 무임승차를 하면 안 될까요? 우리는 언제부터 돈을 내야만 차를 탈 수 있는 시대에 살아왔을까요?
그 사람들이 결국 소득도 소비를 해야 하는데 소비를 어디다가 하느냐라는 거죠. 사람과의 관계에서 소비를 해야 하는데 모든 사람이 소비를 하려고 하다 보면 그 소비를 할 수 있는 관계라든가 공간이 없어진다라는 거죠. 그건 지속될 수가 없는 말이죠.
소비를 할 수 있는 공간이 없어진다라는 게 어쨌든 그러니까 시장경제적 관점에서 봤을 때 돈을 써야 또 그걸 또 벌 수 있고 그 순환 과정을 말씀하시는 건가요? 근데 저희가 계속 말씀드리고 싶은 건 그런 과거의 효과만큼이나 우리가 포기할 수 없는 인간이 가지고 있는 모든 잠재력을 극도로 발휘할 수 있을 만한 변화의 기회가 눈앞에 있다. 그리고 그게 인공지능이 그런 희망과 열쇠를 가지고 있다고 생각을 하는데 그러려면 과거가 주고 있던 어떤 혜택들에서 한 걸음 멀어져서 그걸 만약에 변화했을 때 우리가 마주하게 될 새로운 제도와 완전 전적으로 바뀐 다른 경제 모델은 그 이전이 줬던 효용보다 그 이상의 것을 줄 수 있다면 한번 그 변화를 대대적으로 시도해볼 수 있지 않을까라는 큰 생각을 좀 해보고 싶었던 건데요.
뭔가 다음 모멘텀이 전혀 기대되지 않는 사회 같다는 생각을 좀 했어요. 역동성이 없고 무슨 일은 다 인공지능이 하고 무슨 휴양지인 느낌?
완전 동의합니다. 그 얘기 많이 나왔어요. 친구가 하와이가 플라톤 좋아했다고 했는데 그걸 가장 잘 실현할 수 있는 미래 사회를 꿈꾸면서 그려봤어요. 네.
반대로 꼭 우리가 이보다 더 발전을 해야 할까? 이 발전이 꼭 필요한 걸까? 이렇게 빠른 고속 성장이 저희가 말하는 시대가 오면 좀 지루는 하겠지만 뭔가 인간다움을 극대화시킬 수 있고 창의성을 발휘할 수 있는 시기가 오지 않을까 저희는 생각했습니다.
그렇게 될 것이다라는 건 전제로 깔고 가고 계셔서 그 부분에 대해서 질문을 드립니다.
그렇게 자동화가 돼서 완전히 시스템이 돌아간다고 할지라도 되지 않은 이유에서 어떤 일이 생기거나 아니면
인간의 탐욕을 언더 에스티메이트 하면 안 돼요. 인간 탐욕이 끝이 없거든요. 어디 한번 놀러 갔다 오면 600장의 사진 중에 인스타그램을 쓴 4장을 고르기 위해서 2시간 동안 노동을 하고 있어요. 그러니까 저 때나 지금이나 사진에 쓰는 노동의 양이 변하지 않았어요. 사실은 로봇한테 세금을 건다는 게 사실은 굉장히 좀 복잡할 수 있는 거예요. 왜냐면 우리의 탐욕하고 그 탐욕을 제한하기 위한 책임 소재, AI가 망가지고 고치는 거, 자발적으로 고친다. 잘못되면 돈도 안 주는데 어떻게 책임을 져요? 그런 것도 있으니까 사람의 탐욕과 책임 문제가 계속해서 반복될 수도 있다.
기본적으로 지급받는 소득이 존재하는 사회에서 어떻게 살아갈 것인지에 대한 논의를 펼쳤었는데요. 그 과정에서 저희는 인간의 어떤 욕망을 좀 간과한 부분이 있었어요. 그래서 쉽게 끝나지 않는 것 같아요. 이게 인간에 내재되어 있는 속성도 생각을 해야 되고 그걸 둘러싸고 있는 사회도 생각을 해야 되고.
노벨 경제학상 받은 친구들.
왜냐면 그동안과 너무 달라서 나 스스로가 믿을 수가 없나 봐요. 그 기준과 다른 진짜 날카로운 거여서
현실적으로 커지는 격차가 하위 계층이 되냐 중간 계층이 되냐.
저희 AI 2조입니다. 발표 시작하겠습니다. AI가 도래해도 지금의 권위가 여전할까요? 어떻게 생각하시나요? AI가 그럼 지금의 우리 권위를 뺏을까요? 이 문제에 대해서 묻고 답하고 최소한 예측해보고 싶습니다.
다음으로 계약적 권위가 어떻게 분배를 하는가를 이야기를 할 텐데, 결국 계약적 권위라는 건 누구에게 부여가 되느냐 하면 고용주와 피고용인이 있을 때 피고용인에게 부여가 되는 것입니다. 그런데 AI는 두 가지 측면에서 볼 수가 있는데, 첫 번째는 생산성이 굉장히 높습니다. 같은 A를 투입할 때 더 많은 생산량을 낼 수 있다라고 할 수가 있습니다. AI는 늘 최적의 A를 투입하기 때문에 정보의 비대칭성이 작고 도덕적 해이의 우려가 없습니다. 그렇기 때문에 상위 직업을 AI로 대체할 유인이 굉장히 크다라고 볼 수가 있죠. AI라는 것이 생기면서 많은 분들이 이야기를 하기를 좀 계층화가 이루어지고 그 계층화의 피해자가 이른바 하층민들에게 집중이 될 거다라고 이야기를 하시는데, 저는 약간은 다를 수도 있겠다고 생각을 하거든요. 위에 있는 이른바 상층민들이 밑으로 내려오는 식의 좀 하향 평준화 같은 계층화가 이루어질 수도 있지 않을까.
그래서 강조를 하고 싶은 게 이제 본능적 권위 부분입니다. 저희가 본능적 권위라고 생각했던 거는 저희가 딱 봤을 때 위압감을 느낀다던가 두려움을 느낀다던가 혹은 끌림을 느낀다던가 그런 요소들을 말을 하는 거고요. 뭐 예를 들면 연예인이 예쁘다. 저희는 본능적으로 예쁘다, 좋다라고 생각을 하고 먼저 자본과 주주 같은 경우에는 돈이라는 본능적인 것이 있습니다. 돈이 뭐 우리 내 프로그래밍 되어 있지는 않을 수도 있지만 워낙 오랜 기간 동안 지속이 되어 왔고 이제 우리는 돈을 가진 사람을 보고 본능적으로 어떤 권위를 느끼게 된다고 저희는 판단을 했습니다. 이 상황에서 가장 먼저 없어지는 것은 저희가 보기에는 CEO 상위 직업이지 이 일반 사무직과 데이터가 아니라는 점입니다. 마지막 예시입니다. 유튜버 교수 대학원생입니다. 저희가 이제 일단 라고 생각을 하지만 저희가 이제 말씀을 드리고 싶은 부분은 사람들은 교수, 대학원생 이 사람들보다 본능적으로 저 사람 인기가 많으니까 인기가 많은 이유가 있을 거야 라고 생각하는 부분이 있다는 거죠. 그래서 교수님들도 좀 유튜브를 생각을 해보시길 바라고
발표를 17분 25분 제가 중단을 시키려다가 나의 미래가 어떻게 될까 중단을 시킬 수가 없었습니다.
직접 권위에 균열해서 지적 권위가 붕괴되는 경우를 더 똑똑한 사람이 있는 경우라고 했는데 제가 박사과정에 진학한 게 사실 이런 교수님들께 정말 배우려고 왔어요 만약에. 근데 더 똑똑한 게 정말 인공지능이라면 나는 여기 온 게 정말 비이성적인 결정이 돼버리는 거예요.
먼저 저도 대학원생으로서 박사과정 진학하신 거 지극히 이성적인 생각이라고 생각합니다. 다만 여기서 말씀드리고 싶은 건 박사가 됐다고 해서 더 이상 권위를 가질 수는 없다는 걸 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 지금 박사과정을 딴 사람보다 그냥 몸 좋은 사람 헬스 트레이너로 유명해진 사람한테 더 많은 사람들이 매력을 느끼고 더 가서 배우고 싶어하는 세상이 돼버렸습니다.
본능적 권위의 측면에서 인기라는 게 정말 본능적인지 저는 의문이 듭니다. 그러니까 미적인 기준도 사회에 따라서 바뀌고 솔직히 만들어진 스타나 여론도 있다고 보거든요.
이 사람이 예쁘다는 건 가치는 바뀔 수 있죠. 지금 이 시대의 사람들이 날씬한 사람을 좋아하면 지금 이 시대 사람들의 본성적 권위를 얻고 있다고 보는 겁니다. 그러니까 그 발산하는 사람의 입장이 아니라 받아들이는 사람들이 본성적으로 반응한 거에 대한 얘기입니다.
권위에 관해서 발표한 팀, 그 팀들의 발표가 재미있었는데요. 마지막에 그 유튜버가 인기와 모든 권위를 차지할 것이다 발표를 한 게 되게 슬프지만 재미있었다는 생각이 들면서 나도 빨리 유튜브 채널을 해야 되나?
공산주의적인 평등을 말하는 게 아니라 지금보다는 그 하방의 평균값이 모두 다 동시에 올라갈 수 있다? 이제 그게 불가능한 이유가 이제 소수가 그걸 놓지 않으려고.
그러니까 옳고 그름의 문제가 아니라 이거는 정치적으로도 쓰일 만큼 신념에 대한 영역이어서
저희가 전환 과정에 대해서는 자세히 설명하기 어려운 게 맞아요.
내가 너무 당연하게 생각했던 거를 찝어주고 좀 꼬집어주고 하다 보니까 당연하게 생각했던 걸 당연하게 생각하지 않는 태도가 필요하겠구나.
자리를 깔아주고 마련해주는 것만으로도 굉장히 많은 얘기를 할 수 있고 발전을 시킬 수 있더라고요. 그래서 저는 그런 부분이 너무 신기했고 훨씬 더 많은 사람들에게 여러 가지 기회를 가진 사람들에게 이런 자리가 주어진다면 뭔가 대단한 게 나올 수 있지 않을까, 당장 뭔가 실행할 수 있지 않을까 하는 생각이 좀 들어요.
효율을 추구하는 건 인간의 욕망에서 기인한 거고 그리고 공학의 본질이라고 볼 수 있다. 근데 이게 언제나 옳겠느냐라는 질문을 드렸었습니다. 근시안적인 효율 추구 때문에 비효율로 오해받고 있는 것들이 있다는 생각이 들었습니다. 그 부분에 있어서 교정하기 위해서 훅 찌르는 행동, 근데 윤리적인 방향으로 갈 수 있도록 훅 찌르는 에티컬 너치가 필요하지 않을까? 저희는 그러한 개념을 제시하고자 합니다. 소비를 통해서 이게 내 마음에 안 든다는 걸 보여줄 수도 있고요. 그것이 기업에게 영향을 직접적으로 끼치지 않더라도 여기 정선 표시된 게 너치인데요. 쿡쿡 찌르다 보면 기업들의 행동을 바꿀 수도 있지 않을까. 그리고 그것을
국가에게도 의견을 전달할 수 있고 국가도 다시 시민사회에게 AI 윤리 교육을 하면서 긍정적인 영향을 줄 수 있지 않을까. AI가 결정권을 갖는다기보다 우리 스스로가 어떤 의견을 제시할 수 있고 책임지고자 하는 태도를 더 갖는 것이 중요하지 않을까라는 생각을 하게 됐습니다.
그러면 이거는 제가 볼 때 그냥 뭐 시위하고 싶으면 시위하고 뭐 보이콧하고 싶으면 보이콧해라 약간 이 정도의 뉘앙스밖에 안 되는 것 같아서
예컨대 그러니까 애플에서 흑인 얼굴을 잘 인식을 못하는 AI를 내놓으면 기분 나빠서 안 사거나 이걸 내가 왜 사하고 안 사는 흑인들이 있을 수 있겠죠? 근데 그게 그러니까 윤리적으로 어떤 이것이 올바르지 못하다라는 것이 아니라 본인의 어떤 이익에 위한 행위라고 하더라도 이게 결국은 윤리적으로 나아가는 데 고민을 주는 행동이 될 수 있다라는 차원에서 말씀을 드린 거고요.
전 그 에스컬러지가 의도가 있는 행위를 말하고 싶은 것이 아니라면 저는 그건 더 문제라고 생각하거든요. 그럼 저는 여기서 재현하는 게 없다고 생각을 하거든요. 왜냐하면은 보통 저희는 의도를 가지고 하는 것만 행위라고 하지 그거는 행위라고 안 하잖아요. 그러니까 애초에 그러면 어떤 행위도 제한하고 있지 않은 것 같아요. 그냥 뭐 살고 싶은 대로 살아라고 하는 것밖에 안 되는 것 같아요.
네, 그런 소비 운동뿐만 아니라 교육 같은 경우도 있잖아요. 이렇게 교육이나 여러 가지 그런 규제들을 통해서 이런 게 조금 더 강화될 수 있지 않을까? 조금 더 시민들이 그런 윤리적으로 이게 알면은 문제 의식이 생길 수도 있듯이 그런 문제 의식을 가질 수 있지 않을까라고 좀 생각해봤어요.
살짝의 떨림과 묘한 흥분과 그렇습니다.
인간과 앞으로 인공지능이 함께 나아갈 텐데 그러한 환경이 실제할 수 있는 세상은 어떻게 돼야 할까라는 주제로 저희가 소개드리는 키워드가 바로 이 퀘스트입니다. 퀘스트는 무언가에 대한 길고 힘든 검색인데 많은 시간이 소요되는 불필요한 소모적인 고민을 앞으로는 AI가 대신할 것이고 그로부터 우리는 해방되고 그래서 자유를 얻어가는 그래서 그렇게 우리가 AI와 함께 세상을 함께 나아갈 것이다.
저희가 마주할 사회를 다음과 같은 키워드로 정리했습니다. 저희는 지금 신중세 사회로의 분기점에 놓여 있다고. 옛날에 정책자들이 많이 이제 경전을 해석할 거리를 가졌던 것처럼 테크노 플랫폼만이 경전, 즉 빅데이터에 접근할 수 있게 되는 거예요. 이러한 구도가 상당히 유사하다는 측면에서 저희는 오늘날의 키워드를 신중세 사회로 가는 분기점이라고 설정했습니다.
특정 플랫폼에게는 정보가 집중되고 개인들은 미분화되는 이 AI 사회 속에서 모두가 통합될 수 있는 미래를 꿈꾸고 그를 위해서 노력하는 사람들을 AI 인터그레이터라고 생각하시고 인테그레이터들이 사회를 바꾸기 위해서 사회 전반에 미치는 영향을 무브먼트, 운동으로 담아보았습니다.
그리고 5개 발표를 5개 당의 이름을 붙여봤습니다. 첫 번째는 AI 보편적. AI로서 모든 걸 다 할 수 있는 완벽을 추구하는. 두 번째 당은 AI 개혁다. 저는 RS 리폼이라고 생각이 들었고, 세 번째 당은 인간 행복다. 네 번째는 행복혁명다. 다섯 번째는 권위 본능다. 여러분이 나중에 사회에 나가서 20년, 30년 후 뭔가 커리어를 이제 호소할 때도 선수상 잊지 않으면 좀 더 멋진 사회가 되지 않을까 생각이 듭니다. 많은 것을 느끼게 하는 답이었습니다. 고맙습니다.
저희는 이제 극 일부의 이제 표본이죠, 사실. 한국이고 대부분 대학도 이제 특정 대학들에 소속이 되어 있고, 근데 이제 그게 중요한 게 아니라 오히려 사람들을 모아놓고 충분히 말을 할 수 있는 자리를 깔아줬다가 더 포인트인 것 같아요.
저는 공학도니까 그걸 하는 사람들끼리 얘기하니까 제 세계에 갇혀있는 면이 있는 거고, AI를 활용하는 건 우리 모두가 활용하는 거니까 실제 세상은 이 토론회에 더 가까울 것 같거든요. 앞으로 제가 어떻게 활용하면 좋을지에 대해서 약간 답을 얻을 수 있는 기회 같은 생각이 들어요.
모두 잘 모르는 문제에 대해서 우리 함께 힘을 합쳐서 생각해보는 일이 얼마나 중요한가, 그리고 우리가 그런 활동의 첫 발자국을 되게 잘 시작했구나를 느낄 수 있는 오늘이었어가지고
저희가 제시하는 그 비전이 끝이 아니라 What's next AI가 더 중요한 질문이 될 수도 있거든요. AI 다음은 무엇인지도 저희가 이제 같이 생각을 해야 된다고 생각을 해요.
AI죠.
근데 이게 좋은 거예요.
아 그래 이렇게
약간
AI
A가 하면 못할까?
이렇게.
한 명 A, E, E 하면은
집 까고 싶고요. 그 4시 반에 자가지고 돌립니다.
팀원들 너무 고생했다는 말 전하고 싶습니다. 미스 코리아 약간 당선 그거 같아요.
3일 동안 이제 다양한 이야기를 할 수 있어서 너무 감사했고 수고한 만큼 이제 또 각자 집에 돌아가서 푹 쉬었으면 좋겠습니다.
파이팅!
We are traveling towards new horizons.
From the very beginning of the world until now.
Between memory and record.
Migration to a new world.
New memories.
This is the road I walked with my grandmother when I was young.
Winter is coming. Have a nice day. Let's work hard today, too.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning,
SBS
ladies and
창사
gentlemen.
33주년
To celebrate the 33rd anniversary of SBS, welcome to 2023 SBS D4. My name is Kim Hyun-woo, SBS 8 o'clock news anchor, and my name is Kim Ga-hyun. I'm the co-anchor of the 8 o'clock news. SBS D Forum, the platform for sharing global knowledge to contribute to the society and to suggest future values and vision, is here with the world's prestigious speakers. SDF 2023's theme is Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. At this changing time of the existing economic orders, what should we keep and let go? Regarding that, the global experts, as SDF always did, and industry leaders who are initiating the changes in the fields are all invited to share their insights and vision. Please stay tuned. SDF 2023 has an especially creative perspective. As you saw in the opening performance, and as you saw the video filling the screen, and in many other areas, AI technology was actively applied in this forum. In particular, the stage we are on right now was created based on the patterns and designs suggested by AI, which learned the values and directions of SDF. This is the very first result of a combined work with the AI in the history of SBS. I hope you liked it. At different places of the forum venue as well as the stage, I hope you check out for traces of our collaboration with AI and experience the age of AI, which has already begun. Now, I'd like to give you the CEO and President of SBS, Park Jung-hoon, for opening address. Please welcome him with a big hand.
SBS 박정훈 사장은 지금과 같은 복합위기의 시대일수록
has always emphasized that the social role of terrestrial broadcasting is to offer a forum for pondering on our common future at a time like this, a time of complex crisis. Please welcome him another big round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests. First of all, I'd like to sincerely thank President Yoon Suk-yeol, Deputy Prime Minister Chu Kyung-ho, and all the global scholars and business leaders from the field of AI and all the other distinguished participants for joining us at this early hour. We have our viewers and people from the community and business sector. Thank you for coming. Today we are witnessing a major transformation in the human history. 2 years of war in Ukraine and the situation in Russia has disrupted the supply chain, and the conflict between Palestinian militant Hamas and Israel has put fire in the Middle East. These wars are causing casualties and pains, especially among the most vulnerable people, even right this moment. Moreover, the climate crisis has become a new norm around the world, and response measures by different countries, such as the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act and Europe's carbon border tax, are calling for a shift in our economic paradigm. This year, the new buzzword was generative AI. It was not just challenging the human creativity, but also it emerged as a technological sovereignty issue to intensify the hegemony competition between the U.S. and China. Today, we are in an era where the three elements of the economy, the production, distribution, and consumption are fundamentally changing. That is why for this year's SDF 2023, SBS has selected Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. In an era where new technologies are affecting even the international politics, what should be our solution to find a new growth engine? To survive amid all these reshuffling economic orders, what are the laws and systems that need to be changed most urgently, and how should individuals deal with this? Technological advancement itself does not make the better world. Stakeholders from various fields such as politics, economic fields, and society should come together to discuss and discover solutions. In this era of great unprecedented uncertainties, I wish that today's SDFD forum would serve as a starting point for our joint efforts. Now, I officially announce the opening of SDF 2023.
네, 박정훈 SBS 사장이 개막사를 통해서 SDF 2023
officially opened SBS SDF 2023. Earlier in the presidential office, we sat down with the president to commemorate the opening of the SDF, which coincides with SBS 33rd anniversary. President Yoon Suk-yeol talked about his vision about new economic orders. I'd like to congratulate all of you for the opening of SDSD Forum. I'd like to first of all thank Chairman of SBS Yoon Se-young and all the management and the staff for putting together this great venue. And I'd like to also thank all the renowned scholars, global leaders from across the world, and also I'd like to thank the viewers. This year marks the 19th anniversary of SBSD Forum. Is a venue to collect wisdom for the global issues that mankind is facing. This year, SDSD Forum has a theme called Rewriting Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. We are going to have an in-depth discussion on the fields of AI and digital and AI technologies that have immediacy and connectivity connects the world into one, enhances productivity exponentially, and creates new added values and jobs. In other words, digital and AI are driving forces for the future. Cutting-edge technologies such as semiconductors and secondary cells, new industries such as platform and contents, if they are combined with the AI and digital technologies, will become the driving engine for the new leap of the Korean economy. In preparation for the deepening digitalization, the government is making lots of efforts on the policy side. The fundamental cutting-edge industries such as semiconductors and digital, to facilitate the investment, we are pushing forward the tax benefits of the world top-notch through regulatory reform and treasury investment. We're going to expand the AI-related expert services such as law and healthcare and in many other areas of everyday life. And then we are actively supporting the new technologies development. But here, I think the key is talents to have the competitiveness in this cutting-edge industry. That is why the government is trying to establish the AI specialized high school for nurture key talents. And for convergence type talents, we are going to have the educational reform that can tackle the barriers between different disciplines. And we are devising the new regulatory system to prepare for the deepening digitalized society. And last September, the government announced a digital bill of rights that suggests the direction of the future digital society so that we can establish the digital code and the universal regulations that can be used worldwide. We suggested solidifying the international alliance and establishing the new international organizations. And we are looking toward the digital platform government. By digital platform government, we'd like to maximize the administrative services efficiency by collecting the scattered around data. We're going to integrate into this one platform based upon the AI, and we're going to make a science-based policy decisions by providing the services that the public wants. At this forum, I hope that we will have a productive discussion on what we should do for the future created by the AI and digital technology. And the government will actively listen to the voices of the field in the industries and the experts. Once again, congratulations on the opening of 2023 SDBSD Forum. Thank you very much.
Yes,
thank you. You just watched the meeting with the President Yoon to celebrate SBS 33rd anniversary. Yes, in the journey, looking for the economic paradigm in the age of AI, before opening of this forum, we sat down with the president to listen to the government vision, which will be played after the keynote speech. Lots of guests and people have come here to DDP Seoul to celebrate the opening of SDF 2023 since early this morning. We are joined by so many distinguished guests. Chairman Lee Dong-kwan of the KCC and Justice Minister Han Dong-hoon, and from the municipal government we are joined by Seoul City Mayor Oh Se-hoon, and from People Power Party we have National Assemblyman In Yo-han, the chairman of the Innovation Committee, and National Assembly Yu Eui-dong, and from the Minju Party we have Congressman Hong Ik-pyo and Jang Kyung-chae, and Chairman Lee Ge-ho of the Policy Committee. And we are joined by distinguished guests from the political, economic, and cultural arenas, as well as the media and academia. Now, please meet the theme of this forum with a video.
I think like the greatest golden age of human possibility, technological development, economic growth. I think it's going to be quite fantastic.
Even if they can't directly pull levers, they can certainly get us to pull levers. It turns out if you can manipulate people, you can invade a building in Washington without ever going there yourself.
The data center is the computer. Unlike the past when your PC was a computer or the phone was a computer, today your data center is the computer.
The most nightmare scenario I can imagine with AI and robotics is a world where robots have become so powerful that they are able to control or manipulate humans without their knowledge.
네, 초거대 AI
The
기술의
emergence
등장으로
of the
기존의
hyperscale
경제
AI technology is reshuffling the existing economic paradigm. Thus, the competition is getting fierce to have the hegemony over the new industrial ecosystem by securing innovative technologies. For this technology to benefit, not harm the mankind, and leading to new scientific discoveries and innovation, we have to think hard about how to utilize AI.
Yes, we have our next speaker from the field of technology and industry herself, and she has been presenting many solutions for us from this field. In this AI era, how would the economic paradigm shift? We have the youngest chair professor of California Institute of Technology and director of AI research at NVIDIA, Anima Anand Kumar, to deliver our first keynote speech for 2023 SDF. So if you have any questions to her, you can send it via our KakaoTalk channel ID SDF. If you can send it through those channels, we will pass it to our speakers during our Q&A session. Now let's invite Professor Anima Anand Kumar to the stage. Please give her a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 인공지능 분야의 세계적 권위자 아니마 아난드 쿠마르 연사에게 다시 한번 박수 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. What a time to be alive. As an AI researcher who's been working in this field for about 2 decades, it's such an exciting time. To see AI go from theory and ideas to one that touches millions of lives in products consumed by millions. So where are we with AI today? And I'm also so excited to come back to Korea after the pandemic. I had talked about AI here about 4 years ago and talked about the exciting developments. But since then, we've seen so much more progress. So AI today is in the era of generative AI. You can go to ChatGPT, ask it to tell a joke, write a poem, even write software code for you. You can go to image models such as Stable Diffusion, ask it to generate all kinds of images. We're also designing new drugs with AI, even predicting what will happen with the pandemic. So much we can do with generative AI today. So what makes generative AI so special? If you think about the AI that's been around for the past decade, it's what I call discriminative AI. It's AI where, given an image, such as the flower here, it would tell you that it's a flower. Right? So you're asking the AI model just to tell you what the image is about, rather than generating the image itself. And that's what we are able to do now. So I call discriminative AI as the inverse process of generative AI. And here we are in the realm of generative AI today. So let's look at text models or language models. These are perhaps the most popular ones today. When ChatGPT came about, millions of people around the world used it immediately and saw its power. But how are these models trained? What makes these models so capable? In fact, the idea behind training these models is quite simple. What we do is take large amounts of text, mostly taken from the internet, and then teach the model how to predict the next word. It's as simple as that. The model looks at all different ways you can complete a sentence based on the data available, and based on that learns the probabilities of how likely different words are to occur. But training this at large scale makes the model possible to actually learn the underlying meaning of the words. And that's how the model becomes highly capable. And after that, you need one more step. So after what we call pre-training, we add an alignment. So what is alignment? If anyone has had a dog or a pet, training the dog means you're rewarding it if it learns good skills, right? So you say you're happy, you give it a toy or some food when it performs a task according to your expectations. So we effectively do the same with the AI models itself. We give it a thumbs up whenever it aligns with the human preferences, and that's how the language model learns to understand the instructions from humans and respond accordingly in terms of preferences of humans. So that's the overall high-level view of how language models are trained, but it's the large-scale training. So the large-scale data with large number of parameters that makes these models so highly capable. Okay, we have these language models. What do we do with them? Of course, we can generate text, like maybe many of you are doing. But is there something more meaningful and useful we can do? So this is what we went about asking, and we looked into designing AI agents based on these language models. So what can these agents do? These agents can talk to these language models, interactively get help from language models, and then perform all kinds of different tasks and complete them in different environments. As an example of this, we showed how to make it work and learn to play Minecraft. I don't know how many of you here play Minecraft or other video games. Minecraft is quite a special game because it's open-ended, right? There isn't one goal or one way to complete the game. You can keep building new castles, slaying dragons, acquiring all kinds of different skills. And what was impressive was to show that an AI agent could autonomously play this game with the help of language models. So the language models would help it make the next move in the environment, in the Minecraft environment, and come back and get feedback and continuously learn to play and acquire new skills. So this is what we call lifelong learning, learning that never stops. And we can enable that with the use of language models and build AI agents that can interactively query language models and play games like Minecraft. What else can these language models do? Why stop at just the virtual world of games? We can put a physical structure into the language models. Meaning, let's give a body to the mind of language models. A healthy mind in a healthy body, right? And that's what we did with the use of language models to solve all kinds of robotic tasks. In this example, what we did was to show how we can have robots pick and place with all kinds of different text commands by combining language models with a simulator for robotic tasks. And to me, this potential is immense for the use of robotics in all kinds of industrial plants, Right now, robotics is quite rigid there because it's already pre-programmed to complete one task. On the other hand, with the use of language models, we can make it a lot more flexible, adaptive, do new tasks in a zero-shot manner. What else can we do with language models? So far, I talked to you about natural language, meaning models like ChatGPT that understand English or other models that understand Korean and other languages. But why just stop at natural languages? Why not look into the language of life itself? That is our DNA, right? That is our genome. And that's what we did in another project. We took all the genomes of known bacteria and viruses and trained now a new language model to predict what will come next in the genome, in the sequence that it makes up the genome. And once we trained this, we could then ask, can you generate new genomes? Meaning, can you predict now new mutations of different bacteria and viruses? And given that we did over the last few years, where the pandemic, of course, has been such a big issue all over the globe, we wanted to focus it on the coronavirus. We asked this model, can you now predict new variants of concern that haven't yet emerged? And with that, can we design better drugs and vaccines even before new mutations occur or even new pandemics occur? And what you will see in this visualization is during training, we showed the model only the variants that appeared in the first year, meaning the alpha and beta variants that appeared in the first year of the pandemic. We didn't tell it any of the other variants, but it was able to automatically generate the variants that emerged later, such as the Delta and Omicron. And in the latent space of the model, it's nicely clustered where the different variants are, meaning it has a good organization of different mutations, which ones are closer to one another compared to others. So this, I think, is really great because with this, we can be better prepared for future pandemics. We can be better prepared with the design of drugs and vaccines with the use of genome-scale language model. So what else can we learn with AI? As I mentioned, the genome-scale language model will tell us new genomes of possible mutations of virus, such as the coronavirus. But then, in order to determine, is that really a dangerous mutation, right? Is that going to be the one that we should be concerned about? We need something more. We can't just look at the genome. We have to ask, what will this new mutations do in terms of binding to protein and other targets in our human body, right? So how well can it infect us? And these ones are governed by laws of physics. In fact, you need to look at how these different molecules bind to one another, and that can involve even effects at the quantum level. And it's extremely expensive to simulate this with current numerical simulations. And that's the case with so many other natural processes. For instance, we can ask about predicting the weather tomorrow or over the next few days. In order to do that, you need to understand the complex processes that happen around the planet. You know, how do the storms form? How is the cloud turbulence? All of these different factors impact the weather. And given data, can AI learn this? Can AI learn these processes that occur at many different scales? You have like precipitation at what we call the micro scale. And then we have other effects that happen at higher spatial resolutions. And all of this come together to determine the weather on this planet. And what can AI do here? AI is significantly faster compared to traditional numerical simulations for many of these domains, such as understanding molecular binding or weather forecasting. Why is that? Because AI builds on all the hardware and software breakthroughs we've seen over the last few decades, right? So the Moore's law is slowing down, And with the use of accelerated computing such as GPUs, we are able to achieve the parallelism and much better computing efficiency. And on top of it, incorporating software frameworks and algorithmic frameworks such as mixed precision, we can run AI models at much reduced precision compared to other scenarios, other traditional numerical simulations. And combining all this allows machine learning to take advantage of hardware and software efficiencies and also learn better features from data itself. And here we are able to show that we can do accurate weather forecasting while being tens of thousands of times faster. And not only that, it is now running on ECMWF website, which is the premier weather agencies. You can all go download this model, run it on your local desktop, and get accurate weather predictions. And further, you could fine-tune the model for the region here and get even more accurate predictions for Korea. And that's what we've done. We've democratized and made these models available, and they're much cheaper and faster to run than traditional models. And along with it comes the ability to do extreme weather predictions effectively. Meaning, like hurricanes, it's impossible to predict where exactly the hurricane will land, because it's what we call a chaotic event. On the other hand, with cheap AI forecasts, we can perturb and look at different scenarios and come up with an overall risk assessment of how likely is the hurricane to hit the coast of Florida, as this example here. So what else can AI do in terms of handling this climate change? AI can also help mitigate climate change. One aspect is how do we get to net zero? Meaning we have to capture carbon dioxide in different ways and maybe store them underground. In the next visualization, what you will see is how carbon dioxide can be pumped underground into reservoirs with water, and we can accurately predict what would be the pressure buildup. As you keep pumping carbon dioxide, how does the pressure build up? And how does the carbon dioxide gas change or move over several decades so that we want to make sure they're still trapped underground and not released to the atmosphere? AI can do this about 700,000 times faster than traditional simulations. And it allows us to prepare for climate change mitigation and plan this at a large scale. And we can also use AI in so many other frameworks. So the previous examples I showed you on weather forecasting, carbon capture and storage, used an AI model called neural operator. Think of it as extending the language models to now continuous multi-scale processes. So that's the framework we design, and it's also useful in so many other simulations. For instance, nuclear fusion, if we can achieve it, oh my God, that would be amazing, right? So if we can handle the problem of disruption, predicting disruption would really enable us to make it sustainable. And that's what we're able to do with AI, predict disruptions before they happen in nuclear fusion. With ultrasound imaging, we can really make advances in real-time imaging, which is non-invasive and can really help us detect cancers early on and many other diseases. And AI can not only simulate, it can also design. We came up with an optimal design of a medical device called catheter, and we designed these triangular shapes to help prevent bacteria swimming into the patient's body when there is fluid flow, and with that, reduce bacterial contamination. AI is also helping in mask design in lithography, which is one of the key steps in the chip manufacturing process. So as you saw, there is so much AI can do that is positive and highly beneficial to the society. But of course, as with any technology, there are risks in addition to these positive benefits. So how do we deal with this in a balanced way? So we need to think about trust. Trust is so important when we deploy AI in real-world systems. And to me, a trustworthy AI is one where we have transparency and accountability. Can we really test these systems and understand the failure modes? Because these AI systems fail in very non-intuitive ways, not in the same ways that humans fail. And so we need to understand how those errors are made and how we can mitigate them through other strategies. In addition, we need to be worried about the societal bias that may be present in these models due to the imbalanced data that are used for training. And this is so important because we don't want to stop the technological progress, right? We really want to be part of it, and we want to use that for all the positive benefits. And as we look at a trustworthy AI design in a holistic manner, I think we can achieve all this very well. So how should industry leaders think about the use of AI, and how should they prepare for AI? I think it's very important for industry leaders to not just be aware of AI, but to really nurture AI talent in-house. Of course, the actual size of it may depend on the company, but it's important to plan for the long term, because AI is not going away, right? It's not a fad. It's not something you just do it once and you're done. It's something you plan for the long term, and you also want to be pragmatic and prototype and quickly run them in the workflows. So not just put AI separately in a vacuum, but really make it part of any workflow that you're using. At NVIDIA, we recently announced Chip Nemo. So there, we are able to use the power of language models and train it to help with chip design and testing. And so that's something that is really important. And so every business has to ask, what is important for me? What are my use cases? And make sure to adapt AI for that rather than treat it as a hammer in a more blind way. Ultimately, we need to think of AI not as a competition to humans, but really as a collaboration. The long term will be bright when AI and humans can work together seamlessly. As an example, I'm working with a robotic surgeon to help use AI to guide the surgery process, but not to take away that expert surgeon, because AI is still a long way from being able to do this in a trustworthy manner and in a safe manner. But together, we can do all this very well. I think the future is bright, and thank you for having me here. 감사합니다. Yeah.
네, 경제 패러다임의 대전환
We
속에서
have
산업
just
지도를
listened to Dr. Anima Anand Kumar on her insights on the future industry landscape amid this economic paradigm shift. Then how is the semiconductor industry bracing itself for this future? We have our second keynote speaker for SDF 2023, and he will be talking about the advanced package technology that is the key to the future AI era. So what will be the future innovation that is overcoming all the limits and the restrictions? We have Executive Vice President of the Advanced Package Business Team of Samsung Electronics, Kang Moon-soo. After his keynote speech, we have the bestseller author of Architects of Intelligence and Role of the Robots, Martin Ford, to be the moderator for our special Q&A session. If you have any questions during the presentation, please send them to our KakaoTalk channel SDF, and we will be passing them to our panelists during the special session. So let's invite EVP Kang Moon-soo onto the stage. Please give a big hand.
안녕하세요.
Good morning. I am the Executive Vice President of the Advanced Package Business Team of Samsung Electronics, Kang Moon-soo. It's a great honor for me to be sharing my thoughts on AI and semiconductor in front of all the distinguished guests. Dr. Anand Kumar just mentioned about how AI will change the future industry landscape, and I will continue with her context to talk about the semiconductor, the key to this AI era, how semiconductor will evolve in the future. AI, it stands for artificial intelligence. Simply put, it means mimicking the human intelligence with computer. In the past, we had to give detailed instructions to the computer to follow our comment. However, although it was very strong and powerful, we cannot say that it was smart or intelligent. The key to human intelligence is the ability to learn. As children grow, they learn and master various things. And how AI differs from the existing computing is that it can learn and make inference. And in order to learn, it has to have a lot of information and data. I believe that you heard a lot that we are living in the era of big data. And AI and big data are closely related. Data in today's society is like the footprint of the humanity. Everything we do, including speaking, writing, walking, consuming, and producing, all of those are recorded in one way or another, and that's what makes up data. The data that we create and store, as you can infer from the term big data, is growing exponentially every year. And the value of individual data might be insignificant. However, if we have all those data collected together, that is massive and that it holds an infinite potential. For example, after my breakfast, I had coffee this morning. This one single data might not be meaningful. Yet, if we have similar data from thousands of people from all around the world and their data from tomorrow, yesterday, and today, and even 1 year, I think it will be very meaningful, and it can even predict the price trend of the coffee beans, the economic outlook of coffee-producing countries, and even the future of Latin America, and even something that we have not anticipated, like social or economic and cultural phenomenon. So it shows that by using a massive amount of data, AI can generate useful information and insights. In order to process this exponential amount of data that holds infinite possibilities, we need high-performing semiconductor. In particular, in line with the growth of the generative AIs, the high-level performing computing power is essential. The first ChatGPT-1 was launched in 2018, and recently there was ChatGPT-4. And over those 5 years, around 1 million times increase in the computing power was required. Then how was it possible? And in order to achieve what is needed for the future AI, how would we have the kind of computing power enhancement? Here comes the semiconductor. I believe that the current AI development is somewhat similar to the 19th century gold rush in the United States. So if we can compare the current AI development and the gold rush of the 19th century, it's like the gold mine that is buried under the ground is data, and how to extract the gold from the ground is AI. And AI needs the tool to dig up the gold, and that tool is, of course, semiconductor. In the past, gold was finite. However, in today's time, data is not finite, but it continues to grow. So AI gold rush will not end, but continue. And as we have more data accumulated, we will need even stronger semiconductor. Semiconductor is mimicking the human brain. Basically, the human brain receives information through the sensory organs, and they process these information and also store them with a function called memory. So there are various sensor semiconductors that take up information, and the reasoning is done by CPU, GPU, NPU, and logic semiconductors or system semiconductors. And the role of memorizing is done by DRAM, flash RAM, and other various memory chips. Of all these, what is associated with the intelligence is the reasoning and memory, and various kinds of logic semiconductors and memory semiconductors perform this job. Today, I will focus my talk on the logic semiconductor and memory semiconductor in relation to AI. There is one thing that all of you here can take pride in. All of your brain is performing much stronger than any AI or computer or semiconductor out there. Semiconductor has achieved exponential development in past years, but it's still lagging behind the human brain. In case of the logic semiconductor that performs the reasoning, the computing power is only 1/100th of the human brain. In case of memory semiconductor, in terms of how much information it can deliver per 1 unit hour, it's just 1/55th of the human brain. It shows great discrepancies compared to the human brain. In order to narrow this gap, semiconductor companies are putting their utmost efforts. However, it will take a lot of time and efforts to catch up the human brain performance. Then, in order to achieve what the human brain can do and even outperform the human brain, how should the semiconductor industry resolve this issue?
First of all, as for the logic semiconductors, which are responsible for calculation function, this is like a human reasoning. Through the Moore's law for the past couple of decades, it achieved a continuous micronization of the semiconductor process and the continuous performance improvement. And as the smaller these numbers get, you've heard the 7 nano process, 5 nano, 3 nano processes. You may have heard about these words. The smaller these numbers get, the smaller the size of the semiconductor elements get. And therefore, the semiconductor products of the same size can accommodate more elements. Additionally, as the size of the semiconductor elements decrease, the virtuous cycle of higher performance, lower power consumption will emerge. Through the continuous process micronization, the advancement in semiconductor design have improved performance dramatically. Nevertheless, as mentioned earlier, it has not yet reached the human level brain. In the age of AI, where faster processing and more data is required, the thirst for logic semiconductor performance is becoming more and more intense than ever before. The Moore's law, which has been the driving force behind the rapid development of the semiconductor business, have lasted for nearly 50 years. In other words, process micronization is slowly reaching its limits, and the speed of micronizing the line width and the developing the line width of semiconductor circuits is gradually beginning to slow, and the cost of developing the micronized process is growing significantly. In other words, it's becoming increasingly difficult to make semiconductors smaller, faster, and cheaper. Then how should we resolve this issue? As for the direction of the continuously developing logic semiconductors, there are two main approaches. The first one is the Moore's law. More. So it's about continuously improving the performance, power consumption, and the area size of the elements. To this end, in terms of transistor elements, it has evolved from the existing plane structure to the FinFET structure, and finally to the new structure called the GAA. From now on, like you are seeing on the right, the future elements will be developed in even more innovative forms. In addition, in terms of the processing technology, we are developing the new technologies to create the elements even finer. On the other hand, as technology to compete process maturation, heterojunction integration is on the rise. Heterojunction technology is a technology that combines multiple semiconductor chips into one package using advanced package technology. Using this technology, we can provide customers with the benefit of improved performance at a more reasonable price. The size of the logic chip required for implementing high-performance AI is gradually increasing. As the chip size increases, the yield decreases, thus increasing the production cost. But if you divide one large chip into several different smaller chips, each chip, because the area of each chip becomes smaller, yield will increase and optimized process can be applied, and this can cut down the cost of manufacturing. And in addition, when large chips are divided and stacked vertically, compared to the existing single chip structure, the signaling path connecting the two blocks gets much smaller, thereby improving the performance. And so far, I've talked about the logic semiconductor's direction of development to catch up with the human brain function. And let's learn about the development of memory semiconductors, which is the other axis of intelligence. Regarding the memory semiconductors, which are responsible for storing, and this is equivalent to human memory function. As mentioned earlier, there is currently a performance gap of about 55 times with that of the human brain. To close this gap, we're continuously improving the performance of memory semiconductors. And to improve memory performance, as in the case of logic semiconductors, micronization of the process of the elements is required. In the case of micronization, similar to the performance improvement of the logic semiconductors, the performance can improve by stacking more transistors by drawing thinner circuits. Also, this way, memory has improved its capacity, speed, and continuously improving. Also, the bandwidth, meaning how much data can be stored in memory at one time, has developed dramatically. In particular, high bandwidth memory HBM with stacked DRAM is superior to existing memory products. So it's all about how fast the semiconductor can process the memory and deliver the memory, while the gap between the two is getting closer. In other words, no matter how fast the logic chips are, if the memory data is not transferred fast enough, there will be a bottleneck. So imagine this. You have a supercar with a high performance, cannot drive fast because of the bottleneck in narrow lanes. So that is why we need a faster logic semiconductors and the bigger memory semiconductors. They are not enough to fulfill the requirements of the high-performing AI and semiconductors. So it's all about how we can create a wider bandwidth. That is becoming a key question. So far, I've talked about that memory and logic semiconductors are closely evolving together. Like you're seeing on the left side, on top of the motherboard board, DRAM and the logic chips are equipped, and the distance between chips is far, and performance improvement has limitations. So recently, we were able to realize this in one package by reducing the distance between the chips, enhancing the performance of semiconductors. And recently, for a high-performing AI, the HBM with over 1,000 memory RAM is developed. And then for this, we are using advanced package solution. By doing this, the signaling pathway between the memory and the logic can be reduced down from dozens of centimeters to a couple of centimeters and a couple of micromillimeters even. And by advanced packaging technology, we can make a finer line width. And furthermore, in the future, the logical memory will be developed into direct stacking method, thereby fundamentally enhancing the bandwidth. So separate development of memory semiconductor and the logic semiconductor is important, but combining these and making these close by designing and the architecture structure, that should be the direction of the semiconductor development for high-performing AI realization. But if we look at the current semiconductor industry, the logic semiconductors and memory semiconductors have been developed separately with their own distinct expertise and characteristics and competitiveness, and they were developed into separate technologies and business areas. But human reasoning is not taking place separately. It occurs in one brain. Likewise, for semiconductors, memory and logic semiconductors should be realized close to each other and developed that way. In this regard, the cooperation in developing the memory and logic semiconductors and the heterojunction technologies and the advanced packaging technologies, developing all of these all together will be crucial to build an advanced AI system. In the upcoming AI era, logic, memory, and package technologies should be well integrated so the enterprises can provide the optimal solutions. If they do so, they'll be able to win the semiconductor market. Samsung Electronics, which I belong to, already have the world's best memory technology, logic technology, and packaging technology. It is the only company in the world that have all of these three capacities. Based on this, we will ultimately contribute to the development of the AI era by providing optimized AI semiconductor solutions. Now, I would like to share with you by introducing a heart-pounding mission of Samsung Electronics Semiconductor Division, and I'd like to end my remarks with this. We imagine a lot. These imaginations for the future, technological development would give us good discussion topics and become driving force. In fact, many great imaginations have become reality as a result of technological advancement. Many things we enjoy today are the result of the great imaginations in the past. AI will have a great impact on our lives in the future. It is one of the greatest imaginations. Your great imaginations, our small semiconductors, connect them to reality. Thank you for listening.
네, 강연을 마친 두 연사분과 또
We
모더레이터인
have
마틴
the two
포드
keynote speakers and the author, Martin Ford, who is the moderator for our session to start today's discussion session. So we will first hear greetings from the moderator.
I've written several books about artificial intelligence, and I believe very strongly that artificial intelligence is probably going to be our most consequential technology. I think that more than any other innovation, it's really going to shape the future and it's going to have a dramatic impact. And certainly one of the most important aspects of progress in AI is going to be the hardware or the specialized semiconductor chips that really make the technology possible. And so it's a great privilege for me to be here and have a chance to talk to Dr. Andy Kumar and also Mr. Kong, both of whom have really deep expertise in this area. So I'd like to begin with a question for Dr. Andy Kumar. And really what I want to ask about is what I think is the most interesting and exciting idea in artificial intelligence, which is the idea of artificial general intelligence, or AGI. And this is the idea that we will build a system, an AI system, with general intelligence that ultimately matches and perhaps quite possibly exceeds the capability of the human mind. And this used to be kind of a fringe AI, or idea in AI, but now it's become very mainstream as a result, in particular, of the release of technologies like ChatGPT. So my question is, how do you see that progressing? And do you think that the large language models like ChatGPT really represent a very important step toward that goal?
Yeah, I do believe ChatGPT and other generative AI models are an inflection point in what we thought AI was, what was possible to create with current technologies, with current data, with current computing power. I really like the quote from Richard Feynman, who's also from Caltech, where he says, "What I cannot create, I do not understand." Since now generative AI can create, it can generate new samples, I do think it has gained an inherent understanding of the underlying meaning. So in terms of language, it is the meaning of the words. In terms of image, what are the image concepts and how do we compose them together, put them together in new ways? That's the definition of creativity. right? To create something altogether new, but still aligned with human preferences and needs. And that's what these models are able to do. And they're able to do for many different tasks. Like ChatGPT doesn't just give you a text document of a cover letter, it can tell jokes, it can write software code. So all this would be considered AGI just a few years ago, which means our standard of evaluating what AGI is also up for debate. But I do think general capabilities are already emerging in these models. And to me, in terms of the future, one important aspect is to think about multimodal models. Now the GPT model also has vision, because you cannot have a model that is blind that is intelligent by itself, right? The intelligence comes in multiple ways. In addition to the language, having vision adds to that intelligence. But also, models that now have an embodiment, what I call embodied intelligence, where we combine AI with robotics together, that is one that can continuously explore the physical environment and learn and continue to improve. And that, to me, starts very much looking like AGI.
Thank you. So my next question is for Mr. Kong, and I want to say that my whole life has really been lived in the age of Moore's Law. Now, technically, Moore's Law refers to a doubling of the number of transistors on a chip, but we also use it more broadly as a kind of rule of thumb to say that computers continue to accelerate, roughly doubling every 2 years or so in power, and also fall in cost. And so my question for Mr. Kong is, do you think that that's sustainable? Think perhaps 10 or 15 years from now, when we look at a graph of progress in computing, will that be a smooth continuation of what we've seen over the past several decades, or is there going to be a discontinuity where Moore's Law really sort of slows down?
네, 일단 그 청중분들께
First of all, I like to revisit the definition of the Moore's Law for the understanding of the audience. It's been almost 60 years. A person called Moore predicted that the transistor count on a semiconductor chip will double every 2 years for the upcoming 10 years. That prediction is still valid after 50 years, and this has been the driving force for the exponential development of semiconductors. As I said in my keynote speech, the micronization process is facing limitations. So doubling the number of the transistors on a semiconductor chip is becoming more and more difficult. But we have two directions. First, continuously pursuing the micronization process, and second, we can utilize the heterojunction technology, which is stacking semiconductors on one chip, and that way, I think we can extend the Moore's Law, I believe. However, there's another very important aspect regarding Mr. Ford's question. In the past, we used the Moore's Law for micronizing processes, and we were able to build more powerful and faster computers, but we were able to manufacture cheaper semiconductors, thus cheaper computers. This was because every time we micronized the process, we are able to create new values. So the new values created from the micronization were divided, and they were paid both by the manufacturers and the consumers. That was how we could provide cheaper chips and the computers. But we are getting to the limits in terms of the micronizations. So the dividend portion between the manufacturers and the consumers, or the newly created values, it is getting less and less. So we will continue building the transistors on the chips, but I'm not sure we will continue to provide the better semiconductors at a lower price. I doubt that. I suspect that. And the industry situation is getting more difficult. We are doing our utmost efforts to resolve this issue, but this is becoming the reality, and this is an undeniable reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have some questions coming in from the audience here. I will be passing those questions to both the keynote speakers. AI's impact on semiconductor. What is the impact of what is the impact of AI on semiconductors? First, can you answer this, Dr. Anima?
I do think AI and semiconductors are completely intertwined, right? So this development of AI is what I call trinity of data, algorithms, and computing. The computing infrastructure has been so important for us to realize this large-scale training and large-scale models. And that turns out to be fundamental to get these capabilities of generative AI. Like scale is important for emergence of meaning and all the capabilities of these models. But at the same time, we can use AI to help with semiconductor. I talked about Chip Nemo, the generative AI model that NVIDIA just announced, where AI can now help with chip design, with testing, answer questions about chip design. So make it very easy now, or much easier for designers to interact with AI. So think of it as a co-pilot, similar to a co-pilot for software code development and other scenarios. So I do think AI can help improve this chip manufacturing process. I also talked about using that for optimizing mask design and computational lithography. So if you think about different processes and the physics involved in them, different constraints involved, AI can help come up with optimal designs, maybe even better than humans one day.
네, 저도 지금 아난드 쿠마 박사님이 말씀하신 것과 비슷한 말씀을 드릴 텐데요.
Well,
일단
my words will be similar to those of Anima. First of all, there are two aspects. First of all, the design side of the semiconductor products, and second is the manufacturing side of the semiconductor products. First, regarding designing, these days, high-performance semiconductors, one single semiconductor had more than billions of transistors. So how to make them function as designed and how to match them and how to make sure that they function as designed, it is a very difficult issue and it is very time-consuming. And if we can utilize the AI based upon its learning, if we can optimize the design, I think we can shorten the time for design. And from the manufacturing point of view, when we want to develop a process, I said earlier that the micronization of the process is getting more difficult. So in the process of developing the processes, we need to find flaws to improve them. And in that case, AI, because of its large-scale learning ability, it will help us to easily find the flaws, potential flaws in the process, thereby shortening the process development time and enhancing the efficiency. And lastly, when we look at the semiconductor factory, we call this fab. A lot of the fab is automated. And we now look at the concept of autonomous fab. Our ultimate goal is unmanned operated fab. For this, AI and the robotics will play a crucial role to realize that.
So I want to ask a question now of both panelists. And this is about the sustainability of AI. It turns out that especially the recent innovations in AI, like the large language models, are enormously energy intensive. In particular, to train a system like ChatGPT, in other words, to give it all the data it needs to analyze in order to become capable of answering the questions that it does, that just uses a tremendous amount of electricity. And of course, if that electricity is, for example, generated by coal plants, then that's a big problem for carbon emissions and also for climate change. So my question is there a solution to that problem? Is AI something that can be sustainable in the future?
Okay. 지금 그 sustainability에 대한 질문을 주셨는데요.
Well, the question is about sustainability, and I can say, well, there are two aspects. First, AI requires a lot of computation, and of course, it consumes a lot of energy. People usually say that the AI development bottleneck occurred because of the insufficient development in semiconductor. However, that is not the case. The biggest bottleneck in the development of semiconductor was the power plants, meaning that AI consumes so much electricity. So we have to build so many power plants to allow AI to be applied in our everyday lives. So AI consumes a lot of electricity, and at our industry, we are trying to develop the low power consuming semiconductor and low power consuming AI so that AI will be consuming less electricity. And at the same time, AI semiconductors will be designed in more efficient way, and we will create more efficient algorithms so that AI will be more energy efficient in the future. Another aspect is that as we are producing semiconductors, in that process alone, we also consume a lot of electricity. So the production process should also become more efficient, and we should be using renewable energy 100%, and we should be doing that in the future.
I agree with Mr. Khan, and I do want to add there are both sides of the coin, right? So can AI help with sustainability, and can we make AI itself sustainable? And I talked about AI helping with sustainability in my talk, where I talked about carbon capture and storage technologies, nuclear fusion, all of that being helped with AI. On the other side of the coin, I agree with Mr. Khan. This is a continuous development. We continue to innovate with AI, make these models smaller, use different frameworks such as reducing the precision of the weights, the rank of the weights, to compress and still make these models highly capable. And I do think that is the future. Our brain consumes so much less energy than what these language models do. So I don't think we are there yet in terms of energy consumption, and we'll continue to innovate.
네, 지금 현장에서 많은 분들이 질문을
Thank you.
보내주고
We are
계신데
receiving so many questions from the audience, but due to time constraint, we will just receive one more question, and it's to Anima. Well, you mentioned about weather forecast using AI, and the accuracy is growing. But what about the war? Do you think that AI can predict the possibility of war outbreak, or maybe when the war will end? Do you think AI can predict that as well?
Well, it's very tricky for AI to predict different aspects like war if there's no data, right? So a lot of it is about data. With weather forecasting, we have decades of data, and data that is actually assimilated by the weather systems at that point and carefully measured. So that kind of information is very important. And it's much harder to predict human conditions such as war when data, what kind of data would be provided is a tricky one.
네, 알겠습니다. 오늘 소중한 말씀 잘 들었습니다. 자,
Thank you very much for your discussion. And Mr. Martin Ford will speak in the aftermath program of SDF 2023. He's going to talk about the world that will be transformed by AI. Please stay here with us until the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
보신 것처럼 현장에서도 많은 분들이
So as you just witnessed, even here in the audience, we have many people showing their great interest in today's forum. And we are seeing many different countries shuffling together to secure their new growth engine. And for today's forum, we had special fireside chat with President Yoon Suk-yeol in order to overcome the current crisis. What kind of blueprints the government is drawing up? Let's hear it directly from President Yoon Suk-yeol.
안녕하십니까.
Nice to meet you, President. Thank you for joining us at SDF special session. Thank you. This is the first question. Looking at the situation all around the world, there is a lot of conflict surrounding technological hegemony between the US and China, and the climate risks are out there, and there are military conflicts as well. And there are a lot of concerns about the economic security. What are Korea's strategies for this?
Earlier last year, in the Ukraine war and in the military conflicts between Israel and Hamas, we are seeing these cause the instabilities of the supply chain and the energy crisis. This gives us a complex global crisis at the end of the day. And this complex global crisis, what's the most important in our response is the international cooperation. So we're looking at the Israeli-Hamas war, which is still ongoing. But since I was sworn in last year, I've focused on building up the capacity of Korea within the country, but also focused on diplomacy for international cooperation. And it was one of my campaign promises to expand the diplomatic landscape as a global hub country. And then I also promised to extend Korea's contribution and the responsible role of Korea in the Indo-Pacific region and in the global society. That was my promise. Based upon that, I hope that the solidarity, the alliance between the Korea and the USA will be even strengthened. And in relation to Korea's relation with Japan, I hope that we will strengthen the cooperation among the three countries, Korea, Japan, and the US, and we will cooperate further in security and economic front. And instead of just attending the ASEAN or G20 conferences, I tried a lot to manage the risks through bilateral summit meetings discussing every single economic issues or supply chain issues. And also, I'm expanding the diplomatic horizon toward the Middle East, the Middle Asia, Eastern Europe, and African countries. And this is all because I wanted to secure the supply chain, which is required for the industry development. At the end of the day, the risk management of the supply chain is a B2P work, but the government has a great job to do to build a framework.
Well, you just mentioned this, and actually you are visiting many Middle East countries and continuing efforts to engage with its leaders. What are the impacts on the Korean economy?
Well, today I wouldn't mention detailed numbers because they were already announced by the media. Well, I think you can understand the summit diplomacy this way. In the past, the diplomacy relied on free trade, multilateralism. That way, international economic cooperation and trade relations were handled that way. But unlike the past, in the recent world, the global paradigm, the global orders got segmentized due to the different interest of different countries on security and cutting-edge technology. So the government cannot just let the companies take care of their own businesses like they did in the WTO system. That way, the companies cannot do their business. And if we are dealing with the countries that are not hostile to Korea, I think a summit meeting would be a good way to solidify the strategic foundation so that the Korean companies will seek ways to collaborate with the companies of the counterpart countries. And in this regard, my summit diplomacy focuses on B2B cooperation and venturing into the overseas market. And economic issues should be centered. But I think what's most important here is the security front cooperation, without which no countries would be willing to share their cutting-edge industries. And when a country would like to order a projects or business projects, they would do so amongst their partnering countries, sharing the same security cooperation framework. That is why I'm trying so hard to solidify the ROC-US alliance and the cooperative relations between Korea, Japan, and the US on the security side. And then we'd like to strengthen Korea's strategic role in the Indo-Pacific region so that we can establish a sound security cooperation platform with countries in the Middle East, East Europe, and all across the globe. And for the Korean businesses to succeed, I think we can build a strategic foundation that way.
Next question is about the government's decision to shrink your R&D budget. There are many controversies related to this. And what is your thought on the national R&D?
I understand that many people are keenly interested in this. Well, to jump to the conclusion, during my terms, the budgetary R&D portion will be expanded, and I'll increase that a lot. But in the past 3 years, the budget scale increased from 20 trillion to 30 trillion won. But it has been criticized by many people that it is not enough to create the growth engine for the Korean economy. For example, if you allocate annually 30 million won to all the researchers, that will be about 2 to 3 million won per month, which is way too insufficient to fund any research, because it's more like assisting with the subsidies. R&D budget should be allocated to pure R&D purposes. That is what I believe. So we need to be faithful to the budgetary items and the true intention of allocating the budget. Then why is it the government wants to invest in the R&D with the treasury budget? Because, well, they can make their own R&D investment in the private sector and in the market. And that way, they can get the government deduction and the tax deduction. That is a sort of a subsidy. But for the private sector investment, there are certain cutting-edge technologies which cost a lot. For example, basic enabling technologies or still far-fetched technologies which are hard to be commercialized by Korean companies in the near future. We cannot just let go in this situation. That's why the government is proactively making a budget investment. That is the definition of the Treasury R&D investment. And in addition to this, we need to think about the SME, small and medium-sized companies. They don't have enough funding capacity, so they are not fit for making lots of investment on the R&D. So to provide a tailor-made infrastructure for technological development to the circumstances of SMEs, the government is willing to make the R&D investment because that fits for the purpose of the R&D budget. That's why this time we adjusted the amount of the R&D spending. There has been a little bit less than the 10% adjustment on R&D, but we will increase that portion. While some in the science and technological field, well, we haven't have a concrete plan to spend how much to a specific researcher or research organizations. We don't have the details yet, but some are concerned about the potential reduction of their allocation. However, basically, in order for us to create a driving engine for the future economy, there are certain areas that we need to continuously invest strategically and proactively, and it is urgent to invest in them. And some from the ruling party says that we need to delay this issue or decision to after the general election next year and start doing it from the year 25. But I believe for the sake of Korean companies and for the future of Korea, I think we are already very late. And after my inauguration last year, centered around this Yongsan presidential office. I've had lots of discussion with the relevant experts on this issue. And every time I visit other countries, I make sure that I visit their research institutes and the university campus to see how they are doing for the research. And after that, this was the first time for me to do the restructuring in the budget spending. But for crucial fields, we will save no efforts to make investments. So I don't think you have to worry too much about that.
So in line with this AI digital era, people say that we need to foster the related workforce. So what are the government's plans to foster such human resources?
Let's put it this way. When we talk about the AI digital era, we all say that we need to enhance digital education. And in order to nurture the AI digital talent, we need to create the talents training institutes. Of course, they are important, but in particular, in this age of AI and digital, I think we need to converge the reasoning of liberal arts to the technologies of natural science and engineering to create added value. The AI digital era cannot be won by specific technologies or skill sets. Based upon the AI digital platform, we need to be able to create various added values. To do that, we need to converge that with the liberal arts or social scientific reasoning, and we don't need to differentiate different disciplines anymore. And when I have a chance to meet with the deans of universities of education, while discriminating between different disciplines and even dividing different majors within the College of Natural Science to engineering and natural sciences, basic sciences, I don't think it's meaningless. I always ask the deans to tackle the barriers amongst different disciplines. And if we look at the U.S. cases, the so-called world's top-notch universities, since a long time ago, they have eliminated the barriers or the department-specific majors for their undergraduate programs. Students can freely take courses of their choice, and they can write about whichever topic they want for their graduation papers. This has been this way for so long. Well, there are some vested interests or practice or inertia to stick to the past practice, but I'd like to see these resolved as soon as possible to nurture the convergence type talents. And the RISE project initiated by the Ministry of Education is in the same context. And the AI digital era, in this era, I think international competition is getting fiercer because of the concepts of the real time or immediacy or hyperconnectivity. So in this fierce competition, when we bring up the children, when we nurture them, we need to consider the diversity and the openness toward the international stage. With that global mindset, we have to be able to nurture the global talents to fit the digital era.
Last question, Mr. President. We are living in this digital intensification era. AI and all those innovative technologies are bringing a lot of convenience. However, at the same time, there are concerns about their side effects, like safety and ethical issues and reliability. Any measures to resolve those side issues?
Worldwide, currently there is an active debate on this going on. In the early 20th century, when the automobiles appeared for the first time, there were talks over the regulations on exhaust gas and the speed of the cars, and there were some opponents against automobiles. And some said that it is preventing the development of the automobile industry. But the adequate and proper educations have helped developing the technologies. And I don't think the side effects of the AI should be overestimated. And for developing the technologies in the AI digital fields, I believe the IT intellectual properties should be protected perfectly so that the people who invested so much time and effort for developing the technology should be compensated fairly. That system should be established. That's one aspect. And the other aspect of the side effects, well, overseas and also in Korea, it's fake news made due to the development of the AI has risks of infringing individual human rights and undermining the values of democracy. There are a lot of talks about that, and I see actual cases of that. AI digital technology should be utilized to expand our freedom and democracy. It should never be used to undermine freedom, democracy, and suppress them. We have to keep this principle. So regarding how to do, what to do in the era of AI digital era, from the perspective of the current government, we just announced the AI Bill of the Rights. And since a long time ago, I've been talking with my counterparts when I visited the UN and universities in other countries. But devising the ethical code, well, given the concept of the AI and digital's characteristics such as immediacy and hyperconnectivities, we need to have an international level code of conduct or the regulations. So I've been long suggested to create such code and create a organization underneath the UN umbrella, because a regulation from one single country cannot supervise this field. And I visited the UN. I talked with the UN Secretary General when I went to New York, and I recommended a Korean expert as advisor, and they decided to appoint a Korean expert as an advisor. And another very important thing is that given the AI digital characteristics, if the country doesn't do anything in terms of the accessibility and the utilization of the technologies, the digital divide will be wider. And access to the AI and digital technology and the utilizations of those technologies, the divide will lead to the divide between the socio-economic positions. So on the national level, I think we need to train the public with the principles of equality and equitability. And then we need to make sure that the intergovernmental, inter-country, international digital divide will not be wider. That should be our key concept. We need to pursue co-prosperity and peace. And that has been my stance whenever I attended the international conferences, when I had the chance to express the government positions in terms of the AI and digital field. Thank you very much. I ask you show continued support for the development of the Korean economy. Thank you.
네, 윤석열 대통령과 SDF의 특별 대담을 통해서
special session with President Yoon Suk-yeol to draw up the new economic order for Korea in the era of AI. Then how should Korea find solution to these challenges? Now we will invite the SDF 2023 research teams who have been studying this topic in depth. This session was prepared jointly by the SBS Foundation and the Institute for Future Strategy of Seoul National University. So to start this session, we will invite Professor of SNU Park Jong-hee to the stage to present on the topic of economic security of Korea and the role of the government. Please give him a big round of applause. Today, I will be talking about a major shift in the world order. The world today is going through a transformation from the era of globalization to an era of economic security. How would the world order change in the future, and how should we get prepared? That is the topic that I will be discussing today. To go into this talk, well, I have prepared 3 keywords: complexity, vulnerability, and robustness. Complexity is what we have accomplished. Vulnerability is what kind of challenges that we are faced with. And robustness is the way we should go in the future. Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world, suffering from colonization, war, poverty, and dictatorship, a land of morning calm. But now it has become one of the 10 largest countries in the world and also a cultural powerhouse. We joined OECD in 1996, and later in 2019 and 2021, Korea was officially announced as the advanced country at WTO and UNCTAD. And our semiconductor market ranked number 2 in 2022, and the battery market share ranked 5th in the world, and we were ranked number 1 in the Bloomberg Innovation Index. One of the best indicators to show this is the complexity. If you look at the economic complexity index measured with the diversity and sophistication of exports, Korea moved from 25th over the past 2 decades to become the 4th place in 2021, beating Germany, the US, and others. With great dedication of our people and creative efforts of our businesses, the Korean economy has become the best producer of various kinds of complicated products in the whole world. However, China, which has grown rapidly in the liberal international order, is revealing its intention to change the status quo in the Middle East, in East Asia, and the hegemony competition between the U.S. and China is taking place. The era of globalization, which supported Korea in the past 30 years, is slowly coming to a halt. Starting with a trade war, the U.S. and China are imposing economic restrictions on each other, and they are breaking away from the interdependence. So we can say that we are now entering an era of economic security. The Institute for Future Strategy of SNU in the spring of 2023 embarked on developing an index that can objectively show the current state of the economic security. We have analyzed the global supply chain of 5,613 products to see which are the countries that have control over certain products and what are the countries that have vulnerability over certain products. So the existing indicators just show the supply chain vulnerability of certain countries, but this one is more like an economic and industrial landscape. So let's look at the change in the ranking of major country supply chain dominance. Here, export power shows how much goods one country has in the global market that other countries have dependency on. And import vulnerability shows how much goods one country has that it has to rely on other countries. China joined the WTO in 2001, and it had the 3rd strongest international supply chain dominance. And today it has the strongest supply chain dominance. However, traditional powerhouses like the US and Germany have dropped to the 2nd and 3rd place, and it's the same for Japan. In case of Korea, we moved from 12th to 14th in terms of export, but rose from 4th to the 1st place in terms of the import vulnerability. So it shows that in 2021, we have high competency, but also high vulnerability. Then why did this happen? Why does Korea have such high vulnerability? That is not because we are doing something wrong. Actually, that is because, ironically, we have been adapting so well to the globalization. So if we look deeper into the vulnerability, countries with great export items with sophistication and complexity have that kind of vulnerability. In case of Korea, we have to depend on other countries to get the raw material to produce sophisticated products. Because of those strengths that we had, now in this era of security, it has become our weakness. It's quite ironic. When we didn't have sufficient economic power, we talked about diversification of the industry. And once again, when we have become one of the top 10 economies in the world, this topic has risen back again. However, there is no need to be discouraged. The Biden administration announced a list of core resources and products, and it shows the supply chain network. And when we analyze the list, Korea ranked 13th in export power and the first in import vulnerability. And for energy and core mineral, we still had sufficient export power. Although Korea does not have a lot of natural resources or land or population, Korea has a comprehensive economic ecosystem, excellent labor force, outstanding technology, and world-class enterprises. And we have very solid supply chain in our industry. Now, to face the challenges, actually we have to have the robustness. Security means a strong defense against the enemy. And it's the same for economic security. The primary goal is to secure a strong defense against external shock. We have to have that kind of barrier. And that should be combined with the complexity, which is the strength of the Korean economy. Now, in order to combine robustness and complexity, there are three things that the Korean government has to do. In this new era, the first thing that the government has to do is to create the supply chain dashboard. When I say dashboard, it's the information management tool that allows you to see the whole key indicators in one glass. All the information, data, work, and ministries needed to create a supply chain dashboard, it becomes clear what kind of information management is needed for the economic security. First, you need the map of the supply chain. In the case of some past supply chain disruptions, if we depend too much on certain countries for certain key items, it can lead to crisis. Second, the supply chain dashboard should have the early warning network. It should show the import-export information, and the international law and international news should be combined. And things like natural disaster and political upheavals and policy changes should be monitored in real time so that their potential risks to the Korean supply chain should be checked and predicted. Third, the supply chain dashboard should contain various indicators showing the economic security. Energy, key mineral, key materials and parts, machine tools, and all the other factors such as strategic defense products should be included in the dashboard. And the items that are related to the livelihood of people, like food, essential medicine, and daily necessities, should also be monitored through this dashboard so that the people's lives will be protected from external shock. In this era of economic security, the second job the government has to do is to develop the strategic industry policy. The U.S. has been criticizing China's policy, but now it is implementing its new strategies to have more focus on the protection of its industry. It shows one of the major shifts in the world order. So in this new era, the role of the government should not remain as the judge to oversee the market. It has to make innovative and strategic investments in innovative technologies, and the government should play a leading role. For the public investment in innovative technologies, the most important part is the intensive investment in human capital. We have to develop those technologies, and in order to apply them in the field, we need the technicians and engineers, and nurturing them is the key for our future. And we also need to have skilled labor force and excellent managers and creative designers who should be like the key pillars for our economy. Through innovative technological policies, we have to make sure that our human resources can go into various fields and pioneer the technological innovation for our country. Lastly, I can say that the era of economic security is the era of diplomacy. Existing orders are dismantled and we need excellent diplomatic competency to protect our interests. We have to be very careful about the league of their own kind of economic security trend led by major economies. If all countries around the world choose to do this kind of strategy, it will lead to protectionism, nationalism, and exclusivism. After the World War I, this kind of strategy led to the World War II. Korea's trade volume equals to our GNP, and we are a major trading country. As confirmed by our high import vulnerability, we cannot survive on our own. Korean companies should get the best raw materials from all around the world and make the best products and export them to the world market and operate factories around the world. The key to the economic security diplomacy is the cooperation with countries that share common values through new rules and institutions. There are export restrictions, investment screening, economic coercion, and countermeasures, key mineral resource supply chains, AI, and advanced semiconductor supply chains, and innovative technology standards where all the rules are being reshuffled. And amid this, we have to reflect our opinions and visions and national interests. 100 years ago, Korea was like a small boat swept up in the turbulence of world order. 120 years ago, the special envoy carrying the letter of Emperor Gojong couldn't even enter the hall of the Universal Peace Conference. However, in this 21st century, Korea is no longer a small boat, but it has become a huge vessel that can weather strong waves and glaciers. There are great challenges that we are faced with, but we have the DNA of overcoming any challenges that we have faced. 25 years ago, we had a financial crisis, and during that time, the companies and public did all their best to overcome the crisis. The public also shared the pain by paying high interest rates and shouldering the high inflation. And the government also monitored the exchange rates and established a social safety net and protected the people. As a result, we became a stronger country than ever before. Now we are in the era of economic security, and we have to pioneer new technology development and build a strong national economy and actively take part in the new economic order so that we can take another leap forward. We have to replace our vulnerability with robustness and enhance our complexity to another level. If we do that, I'm sure that Korea will achieve great outcome even in this new era of economic security. Next, we will have a session on what are the key components of the economic security. We will have Professor Lee Jung-dong of Seoul National University to deliver this speech. Thank you.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning.
저는 오늘
I am Lee Jung-dong. Today, I'd like to introduce you classic questions that are leading the future of Korea's science and technology industry. As explained earlier, the reality of security and economy is fragile. So what should we do to protect economic security? Technological sovereignty is at the heart of economic security. Technological sovereignty can be protected only when we have innovative technologies that can lead the technology paradigm. So how does this innovative technology develop? I'm a person who studies the principles of technological evolution. I think I can summarize the results of the long studies and the experiences through which I've seen innovative technologies in these two words: challenging questions and scaling up. Well, this definition is not from existing textbooks, so many people can criticize these words to being absurd, but if we do it differently from common sense, what will happen? The challenging question is the first start to that end. The first solution to the challenging question is inevitable. We are going to upgrade the version by accumulating trials and errors. The idea of SpaceX also began with the absurd question: why don't we land the first layer of the rocket and recycle it? It started with an absurd question, but the first version of the rocket exploded, and it took 13 years of trials and errors and scaling up to finally get the recycled rocket. And the innovative technologies we developed and changed the rule of the game in the space industry. The same goes true for the mRNA vaccine technology. It started with a challenging question that if antibody information is planted in mRNA and delivered, the human body can become like a drugs factory, and it could be able to save the livelihood of the humankind during the pandemic. Challenging questions and scaling up. These two words are the core principles of creating irreplaceable technologies that lead the paradigm. Unfortunately, when we look at the Korea's innovation ecosystem, it is difficult to find challenging questions and scale-ups. That is because we can see the reason in the process of Korea's past success and achievement. The full-fledged development of Korean industry and technology began in the 1970s. At that time, we don't even know the principles of advanced technologies. We were just busy introducing them. After the era of improved technology in the mid-80s, as we entered the 2000s, we reached, finally, the so-called self-technology level, which was similar to that of advanced technologies or even superior. Interestingly, behind this incredible achievement that benchmarked advanced technologies, there is a common model of the so-called chasing. We just wanted to catch up with them. Because of this chase process so successful, paradoxically, without best practices suggested in advance, it has become very difficult for us to challenge ourselves in terms of the technology. These so-called outstanding attempts are not welcome. And because the society tend to get resistant to anything new, the path the Korea's industry and technology have not taken must be taken now if we are to succeed. I think we can summarize this in two words. Although we cannot see the solutions in the near future, we need to endure and we need to keep scaling up. It's about scaling up while enduring the trials and errors. Now we need to start trying to go beyond this barrier. We're going to try that first step. And we decided to ask a challenging question to Korea's science and technology industry. The result is the grand quest that Seoul National University began. In the past, the two experts from each of the 10 fields of science and technology and industries were selected. And we asked them to come up with two questions from their own field, and there was only one precondition. It's going to be hard to solve the issues right away, but if you can scale it up by finding a solution even remotely, I asked them to come up with the questions that can change the paradigm of the field. The experts from each field gathered for hours and hours for discussion. It has been an arduous process and new experience to all of them. After drawing 10 challenging questions, we discussed them fiercely with the next generation through an open forum. And here, let me introduce you the titles of those 10 challenging questions. The first area is the quantum computing. The semiconductor integrated circuit technology, can it realize the quantum computing? This was the question. Although there are many emerging and promising technologies, what would be the best strategy that can make the best use of Korea's strength? So it's all about strategy. And second question was about privacy, artificial intelligence, or encryption or cryptography. So AI will learn things in an encrypted data format, and you ask encrypted questions, and can AI get encrypted answers? If and when we can get this answer in the areas where privacy matters, such as healthcare, finance, and the telecommunications, I think we can expect to have a new horizon of the AI utilization. And third area is hydrogen production, like the enzymes in the human body, which are very stable and selective. Can we create a metal catalyst? That's still a very difficult question to be solved in the lab. But Korea is expected to be able to lead the core technologies of a hydrogen economy in response to the climate change if you find the solution in this. And the fourth area is the trust-based AI, which can infer a causal relationship that humans can understand. Can we create such AI algorithm? The solution is a long way off, but for the AI to move to the next level, it's an important question that must be answered. And fifth is the embodied artificial intelligence. Whilst constructing the AI and growing at the same time, can we able to realize that kind of AI? So, unlike the current AI that relies on massive learning, if we can create artificial intelligence that is just like a newborn baby's brain that grows with experiences and with time on its own, it will be a whole new paradigm. And sixth area is antibody design. Beyond predicting protein structures, we can design antibodies and create something more than that. If we can understand the adaptive immune system, by answering this question, the design capabilities of Korea's bioindustry will quantum jump. Seventh is the science of aging. Understanding the mechanism of aging and controlling them, will it be possible? If we can get this answer to this question, in this time of super aging, we'll be able to enhance dramatically the quality of life of the Korean people, and we will have a great ripple effect on the global scale. And eighth is the next generation semiconductors. Micronized, hyper-micronized, and hyper energy saving. Can we create that kind of a next generation semiconductor? That is a question that can bring about the major innovation in the semiconductor industry on which Korean economy is heavily dependent. Ninth is the robotics field. The robots that recognize the changing environment and adapt to the changing environment. If we cannot solve this problem, robots will not be able to be deployed to complex environments such as disaster relief scenes. And 10th is the next-gen batteries. Can we make a battery that lasts for 10 years and that can go up to 10,000 kilometers after a single charge? If we have a completely different paradigm, 10,000 kilometers or 10 years would not be numbers that are impossible. So as I watched the process of introducing these 10 challenging questions, I could find the common grounds on whether it was a good question or how to drive the good question. First of all, above all, convergence between different fields is absolutely important. A typical example is a concept of a mimicking enzyme. The combination or the convergence with the different expertise and different experts is the most important prerequisite for a good question. And second, when we ask this question, we need to reflect Korea's strength. Will it be possible to utilize the integrated circuit technology that Korea has built up its capabilities? This is the question of a good example. In quantum computers, well, the road ahead of us is long, but the good questions can arise from the strategic mindset of setting the goals by finding a direction that reflects our capacity. Questions are beginning. In order for these challenging questions to build upon themselves, we must have the capacity and foundation to scale up. The most important player here is the industry. Unfortunately, our industry is used to the chasing model, which is about the benchmarking the technologies of the advanced countries. We are too used to that. From now on, the industry should make a revolutionary paradigm shift to build experience and capabilities whilst actively investing in scaling up. And for this innovation to happen, the role of the national investment in science and technology is absolutely important. But because of the low success potential in the shorter term, we cannot expect to have a private sector investment. And as the competition for technological hegemony intensifies among technologically advanced countries, that is why the national R&D investment is increasing accordingly. Korea should also make more investment in the national technology development so it does not lag behind the global technology development economy. Another challenge in front of us is to resolve the issues such as aging, information security, infectious diseases, and hydrogen economy. There are many things that can contribute to this end. And the United States, in the national demand, they worked on the national demand in the defense and healthcare sectors with innovative technologies. We are also working on various fields, including defense, health, education, environment, and infrastructure. By linking the national demand to the challenging questions, innovative technologies can grow. We need to create the opportunities for scaling up. The grand quest of Seoul National University is tantamount to the flying of the butterfly's wings. I look forward to much of these great quests change the paradigm in various fields of science and technology in Korea. It's an innovation-friendly regulatory system for the growth of the innovation technology. We need to have that. It would be great responsibility of the state. I'd like to hand over the microphone to Professor Yoon Hae-sun of Hanyang University Law School. She will continue to tell you about this.
안녕하십니까.
Nice to meet you.
윤혜선입니다.
I am Yoon Hae-sun. So have you ever used a pedometer or a heart rate check application on your smartphone? Have you ever drove the autonomous car or experienced it? Well, here I believe you have seen the newbie robot on the stage, and they are the examples of convergence between telecommunication and medical device and telecommunication and transportation. Korea, the US, Europe, China, and etc. are having very fierce competition over this competition of data, AI, IoT, and other cutting-edge technologies so that they can expand into different industries. However, this kind of global competition is not just over the technology itself, but also is happening in the realm of technology, regulation and system. There is no definite leader in this digital convergence era. And for Korea to rise up as a global leader, we have to have this technological competitiveness as well as the global system competitiveness. If we are to have this technological innovation to be transferred to the people, there should be the competency of the government to allow the kind of systematic changes and regulatory changes, and that is called a system competitiveness. Actually, systems and technologies are very closely intertwined. In the 16th century, scientific revolution occurred in Europe, which was lagging behind China, India, and Arab in terms of civilization. Why did the first industrial revolution take place in the UK? And why is the current digital revolution evolving around the US and China? This scientific revolution took place in Europe because Europe had this institutional background that separated religion from politics. This separation allowed freedom to think and learn and study, and this in turn led to great scientific revolution through the accumulation of knowledge. In the UK, it had the first industrial revolution because the UK allowed the freedom of ownership and the freedom of contract. Through this, it led to innovations such as steam engine, leading to the industry application, generating massive economic values, and create an environment that allows for a continued technological innovation. This free market economy took root in the U.S. system, and it served as the driver for the technological innovation in the United States. They also have the laws to protect the technological innovation and intellectual property, and only when there is the public interest at stake, the U.S. only guarantees safety and protection. And that kind of system has been in place for over 100 years in the U.S., and that guaranteed the technological innovation. Also, when there are new business models or personal information, the U.S. was not regulating them that much, unlike Korea, and it's not just a coincidence. So this kind of system and regulation are very important frameworks to allow new technologies to enter the society and lives of every people, to allow scientific revolution, industrial revolution, and digital revolution. The institution is what socializes the technology. Technologically advanced countries know the importance of systems. So whenever there is a new technology, they introduce new systems and institutions. By promoting new technologies, they aim to create new and innovative technology ecosystem, and by utilizing the leading technologies, they create the global standard. If you look at the recent competition over the creation of laws and systems, actually that is one of very good examples. There was this contest between AI and AI AlphaGo and Korea Go player Lee Se-do, and it also shows a great example. In the early days, countries developed strategies to create soft norms such as ethical guidelines, but they are now changing their strategies. Last year, there was ChatGPT being introduced into the market as a star, and these generative AIs are being the driving force for this race. It's not just like countries like the US, the UK, and China, but also the EU that doesn't have sufficient AI competency. And all of these countries are exerting their greatest efforts to create laws and regulations on AI. That is because they want to protect the market. Europe has different AI regulation depending on the risk level of AI. So except for certain fields like the national defense, almost all AI fields have the same AI laws being applied. And what is important is that it doesn't discriminate the company that these technologies are coming from, meaning that if this law is passed in the US, it will also affect Korean companies operating in the EU as well. Innovative technologies are being stressed in the US, and they only give directions on the future regulation. They are focusing on civil rights and corporate accountability. The UK is maintaining the status quo regulation and government support for technological innovation. China has already adopted laws on recommended algorithm, deepfake, and generative AI. I'm sure that you want to know what the situation in Korea. There are many bills proposed to the National Assembly on this. What is special is that we have many clauses that are similar to the EU AI legislation. Recently, Korean legislations on this topic are often replicating the EU system. In the case of AI and platform, it is especially true. However, the situation of the AI technology and industry development are less developed in EU. So is it right for Korea to depend on EU legislation? According to the 2023 Global AI National Competency, Korea ranked 6th. And there is no single EU member country ranking higher than Korea in this ranking. For innovative technologies like AI, old way of regulating would not work anymore. And major countries have recognized this, and they are trying to develop their own regulations to fit the situation and to preoccupy the global competency. However, in case of Korea, we are not creating our own AI framework, but mostly depending on the European regulation or other countries' regulation. In this way, would it be possible for Korea to really become a global leader? In areas where we see a lot of digital convergence, there are many uncertainties and interests conflicting regarding new possibilities. There could be examples like TADA, where there were like conflict of interest and social conflicts. And as for the case of remote medicine and fintech, the boundaries between the existing industries and new industries are dismantling, creating new issues. We have to quickly respond to new challenges, and to do that, we need to have the right system. Korea also needs to secure the international system competitiveness, and to do so, we need to have our own strategies. So from now on, I want to talk about 3 key strategies that the Korean government should adopt. First is that the government should understand its new roles in this new era and invest more in the society. We don't have any predictable challenges as in the past. The government can no longer oversee everything based on the given information. Now it's time for the government to understand unpredictable risks that would come with the digital convergence and find ways to cooperate with different stakeholders to minimize social conflict and the conflict of interests. The government should learn new technology together with stakeholders, identify issues, and deliberate on solutions to make decisions. And the government should be like a governance coordinator in this process. For this, we need to see how other countries are doing, but also at the same time, we have to understand the situation of Korea. It should understand our economic and social situation in very objective way. And to do that, the government should create new economic indicators to monitor those trends, and also study the acceptance level of the people. So for that, there should be a lot of investments in the social, economic, and cultural fields. The second strategy is for the government to proactively pursue its self-innovation. So to do so, it should utilize the regulatory sandbox or regulatory committee. The regulatory sandbox is to test new products and services. So for those new products, some of the current regulations or laws will be exempted so that based on the testing, the products and services can be improved. Currently in Korea, we have 7 regulatory sandbox being operated. And actually, this sandbox concept came from the UK. In case of the UK, it allowed public officials to use this sandbox to communicate with innovators and to design different testing conditions and work together with different ministries so that it could be like an opportunity to experience and learn new technologies innovation. The public officials should know about the new technology in order for them to create the innovation-friendly systems. So I believe that by using this sandbox, the Korean government can find better ways to cooperate with different stakeholders and find better ways to create new laws and regulations. In addition, regulatory bodies such as the Personal Information Protection Commission, the Korea Communications Commission, and the Fair Trade Commissions should create something like the Digital Regulation Cooperation Council. By operating such council, it should come up with long-term strategies on digital convergence such as data, AI, and platform, and also clarify their respective missions and make proper coordination so that there will not be any excessive regulation or overlap of regulation in the market. The third strategy is that the government has to invest in itself and innovate itself to create market-friendly systems and regulations. The government ministries or local governments should learn about what kind of barriers exist for innovation, and they need to understand that what kind of opinions are coming from the field, and it can be done by creating something like the Institution Innovation Support Center. Different agencies can work together with various agencies and local governments, businesses, and civil society to discover what are the hurdles to the innovation and provide right support to the related people. And for those public officials doing the good job, there should be incentives given to those people. These initiatives can give a sense of accomplishment to the individual officials, and also it can expand the understanding on the role of the government to the public. We are now in the era of digital convergence, and technology is leading the humanity, and Korea has to expand our perspective. It's not just our current generation, but also we need to consider the future global market and enhance our competency based on that understanding. In line with the speed of technology innovation in industry, we have to take leadership in creating a win-win system for various stakeholders. And to do so, we have to create the right environment and regulation. Lastly, I believe that the key to creating that kind of change comes from the social competency that can create and manage the innovation and knowledge and information. And for this, we need continued investment and interest in the technological R&D and social science and humanities. These efforts, in the end, will return back to us as in the form of the system competitiveness. Now, Professor Lee Jang-dong will come back to the stage and wrap up the whole session under the topic of a path toward the innovative country.
우리 연구진은 경제안보의
Our researchers regarding the reality of economic security and throwing challenging questions to seek the solutions for innovation From this regards, we try to diagnose Korea's today and to induce strategies. Based upon this research, at the SBS Culture Foundation and the Seoul National University would like to make 5 propositions. The first proposition, to focus on the technology innovation for the intergovernmental and the interagency cooperation, it's important to establish the national level control tower. The core to the economic security is a stable supply chain and the developing innovative technologies. These all are closely related keywords. We need to integrate scattered around government agencies and their roles. By doing that, we'll be able to strategically coordinate the investment on the science and technology and coordinate the trade policies and government policies. And we have important issues such as aging, climate change, and digitalization. Regarding these national level issues, we'll be able to respond wisely. And second proposition is that we need to establish integrative, comprehensive strategy based on evidence. For this evidence, collection of accurate data and distribution is important. By comprehensive monitoring of economic evidence, we need to collect the real-time data regarding the management of the supply chain and the economic security and distribute that. The U.S. and Japan are earlier than others in collecting and sharing and analyzing the data with various relevant parties and the government agencies. The third proposition is that we need to establish the regulatory framework that fit the Korean environment. We have stuck to the fast chasing model. We depended heavily on importing advanced countries' technologies, but now we need to consider the Korean unique context to establish the regulatory framework to allow the growth of innovative technologies. It's called, in other words, the regulatory evolving system. And fourth, we need to identify the seeds for innovative technologies and to further develop them. We need to have a national level R&D investment. Advanced countries such as European countries and the US, in the era of a technological hegemony and economic security, they are increasing R&D investment. We should never be lagging behind those countries. In addition to this, for coordination of the technologies and the society, we need to establish the innovation-friendly regulations. That is why we need to also respect the principles of the liberal arts and the social science. And fifth, we need to improve the KPI of the government and the National Assembly public officials. They need to do their job well to get the good evaluation. Only when they do that to the government organizations and to the public servants, we need to provide incentives. We are under tremendous pressure to catch up with the changing trends, and this is creating lots of unnecessary regulations. It is important for the congressmen to learn more about new and upcoming technologies and innovative technologies because it's their job to establish regulations and pass a law. They need to be tech savvy. The seed, the beginning for the innovative technology should be done constantly. That is a true concept of an innovative country. The aforementioned propositions are only parts of the essential jobs for us to do to create the innovative country. While delivering those 5 propositions might not be easy, but for Korea to become one of the world's leading countries, it's not yet late to revisit the national strategies. It is time for us to venture into the world to become the world's most innovative country. Thank you very much.
네, 산업 발전을 위한
So
교수님의 제언
we
잘
heard
들어봤습니다.
from Professor all the proposals for the future industry development. We are celebrating the 33rd anniversary of SBS with the theme of rewriting the economic paradigm in the age of AI. So now we will listen to the Korean government's plans to support these proposals. We have Deputy Prime Minister Chu Kyung-ho.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Nice to meet you all. I'm Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance, Chu Kyung-ho. First of all, I sincerely congratulate SBS, the leader of Korean broadcasting and content industry, on its 33rd anniversary. And also, I want to congratulate on the hosting of the 19th SBS D Forum. I'd like to congratulate and thank the president of SBS, Park Jung-hoon, and all the organizers for your hard work in preparing today's forum. So we just heard from the three professors about our future direction in the era of AI, and I want to thank you for your hard work and presentations, and I'm very honored to be joining you here on the stage. So the topic of today's forum is rewriting the economic paradigm in the age of AI. We are living in the era of digitalization. Everywhere in our everyday life, we see digital devices. Now it's time for us to use the digital device. While we are seeing AI being applied to those digital devices, so truly it's the AI everywhere era. So it's very timely that we are discussing about this topic at this juncture. And the AI and technological developments are bringing a lot of changes to our industry. And I hope that today's forum could be a very productive discussion forum to find solution in these changes. The global AI market is growing fast at the annual rate of 36.2%, and by 2027, it will be $407 billion, which is about 550 trillion won. Microsoft has announced its plan to invest about $10 billion in OpenAI. And Amazon announced its plan to invest in the competitor of OpenAI, the Anthropic, about $4 billion. So all the global big techs are making all-out efforts to preoccupy the super large AI market. In line with this great transformation, the Korean government has also picked AI, one of our core 20 tasks for the next year's budget. And we will be investing additional 15.8% investment into AI compared to the previous year. And it will be 1.2 trillion won in total. So AI is coming into our everyday lives quickly. And at the same time, we need to revisit the regulatory framework to ensure safety and respond to potential side effects and risks of AI. In September, the Korean government announced the Digital Bill of Rights to present new vision for the future digital world. It presents the future vision for international society in the AI and digital era, and it aims to achieve freedom, fairness, safety, innovation, and solidarity, the 5 key principles. As the 3 professors just mentioned, they have carried out joint research, and also they proposed great ideas for our future. And your proposals are actually in line with the government's direction to foster the AI industry in the future. And actually, they are giving great implications in this era of AI. So I'll make sure that your proposals are reflected in our future policy. So the first thing we need to do is to create the control tower for the technological innovation and economic security. The Ministry of Economy and Finance is currently the control tower of economic policy, and we will strengthen our efforts further to consolidate technological innovation and economic security. Also, as just mentioned, we have issues like aging population, climate change, and digital transformation. And to resolve them, we will work together with related ministries, local governments, and private sector to respond proactively. Second, we have to create the data-based public policy. In order to realize a data-driven scientific administration, we have to eliminate walls between different departments and create a digital one-team concept in the government to achieve the world's best digital platform government. Third, the government will create a realistic regulatory framework that fits the Korean situation. So based on the Digital Bill of Rights mentioned earlier, we will introduce digital laws and regulations that will be the least hindering the innovation. Also, we will check the achievements of the regulatory sandbox that has been in operation for more than 4 years to reflect the result into the future innovation of the Korean system. So we will continuously pursue the regulatory innovation so that it can benefit the public and technology. The last thing that the government has to do is to expand our investment in innovative technologies. In order to secure the leadership in global technological competition, we have to expand our investment in key technologies like AI, advanced bio, and quantum. And also, the government will eliminate any inefficiencies or overlaps in the R&D investment. AI is a new growth engine, and also it will change the human history. However, with the advancement of the AI technology, there are other concerns being raised, such as the replacement of labor force and some other ethical issues. The Korean government anticipates those issues, and through our digital debate forum created last August, we are gathering the public opinion so that we can come up with a government-wide measure. I hope that through today's forum, we can find the lights and shadows of the AI era so that we can achieve creative ideas and insights to serve the people and help the development of technology. Once again, congratulations on the hosting of today's forum. Thank you.
네, SBS 창사 33주년
commemorating
특집
the
SBS
33rd anniversary of SBS, we are having SDF 2023, Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. So we will have following sessions of the forum, and we will have a wide range of programs, including the AI era industry, innovative technologies, as well labor, climate, environment, journalism, robotics, and various other perspectives. And we will have great presenters who would make the presentation on this topic. You can meet those speakers only at our SDF 2023. For the rest of today's program, you can watch it live on SBS News website and on our YouTube channel. So this brings us to the end of our opening ceremony for the SDF 2023. Thank you for joining us. Housekeeping announcements. Dr. Anima Anand Kumar will have a book signing event at the pop-up bookstore right outside of this hall, and you can also take a picture with her. We look forward to your active interest and participation. Thank you.
사람과 AI가 만났을 때 어떻게 공존하고 사람이 어떻게 얘한테서 자기가 원하는 걸 얻어서 내고 그걸로 인해서 좀 더 좋은 일을 할 수 있게 되고 그런 걸 연구원에서 해야 될 것 같아요. 그리고 그 사람이라는 게 사실 사람마다 다르잖아요. 그러니까 그렇게 생각하면은 할 게 너무 많은 거죠. 한국 사람은 어떻게 쓰냐? 뭐 한국 내에서도 뭐 서울 사람은 어떻게 쓰고 대전 사람은 어떻게 쓰고 뭐 10대는 어떻게 쓰고 30대는 어떻게 쓰고 다 다른데 그럼 전체적으로 우리나라 아니면 뭐 어떤 무슨 큰 문제 뭐 지구 온난화 그런 것도 있을 거고 그런 거에서 우리가 이 AI라는 기술을 써가지고 이 사회적인 문제를 어떻게 해결할 것인가 그런 레벨에서의 연구를 해야 된다고 생각해요. 딱 챗 GPT만 보면 이게 그냥 미국 30대 백인 이 쓰는 언어의 평균 뭐 그런 식으로 그 모델이 나온 거예요. 기술이. 그러면은 그 중에서도 굉장히 이렇게 범용적인 언어를 쓰기 때문에 뭐 욕도 안 하고 뭐 이렇게 굉장히 흥분한 그런 표현도 안 하고 그러잖아요. 근데 그거를 우리가 나는 10대처럼 사춘기 막 질풍노도의 시기를 거치는 그런 애들의 언어를 구사하는 챗봇이랑 얘기를 하고 싶을 수도 있고 아니면 뭐 60대 막 굉장히 지혜로운 사람 이렇게 무슨 뭐 오바마 같은 그런 이렇게 세계 정치를 볼 수 있는 사람 그럴 수도 있고 사실 사용한 사람의 의도도 다르잖아요. 그래서 이거를 챗GPT와 그 과제에 대한 논의도 되게 많은데 요새 이걸 그냥 걔를 써가지고 내가 과제를 5분 만에 해내고 싶은 학생도 있을 거고 사실 그거를 써보면서 내가 영어 작문을 어떻게 해야 될지 배우고 싶은 사람도 있을 거고 그 질문만 보면 똑같은데 사실 이 사용자의 의도는 굉장히 다를 수가 있단 말이에요. 그러면은 기계가 혹은 그런 기술이 이 사용자의 의도를 어떻게 파악할 것이고 그 의도에 맞게 어떻게 행동을 해야 될 것이냐 그런 것들 그냥 다 연구 주제인 것 같아요. 네. 제가 이런 언어 모델, 자연 언어 처리 분야의 연구를 하는 사람이기 때문에 저는 굉장히 그쪽으로 쏠려 있는 의견을 지금 드릴 수밖에 없는데 저는 굉장히 이게 파격적인 큰 영향력이 있을 기술이라고 봐요. 알파고랑 가장 큰 차이는 사실은 알파고는 굉장히 전문적인 영역에 국한되어 있는 그런 AI였으면 언어라는 거는 사실 이 세상 모든 사람들이 그냥 사람이라는 정의, 뭐 사람을 어떻게 보면은 다른 동물과 차별화할 수 있는 게 언어잖아요. 언어를 풀면 AI를 다 풀었다 그렇게 얘기하는 사람들도 있는데 그만큼 뭐 저는 그렇게 극단적으로 생각하지는 않지만 우리가 가지고 있는 이 지능이란 것이 굉장히 많은 부분이 언어로 표현이 되고 다른 사람한테 전달이 되고 또 기록이 되고 그렇다는 거를 보면 그걸 생각하면 정말 뭐 알파고보다는 훨씬 더 영향력이 크다고 봐요. 클 것이라고. 근데 그게 챗GPT냐 그건 아니고 네, 여기서부터 시작을 하는 거겠죠. 언어는 소통의 도구니까 그걸 누구랑 소통하냐, 뭐 자기 자신이랑 소통일 수도 있고, 뭐 다른 이렇게 우리가 하는 것처럼 소통하는 걸로 더 발전을 하겠죠. 사실 지금 챗GPT가 소통을 하고 있느냐, 되게 논란의 여지가 많고, 그 모델이 이제 확률적으로 말을 뱉어내는 건데, 어떻게 보면은 사용자가 굉장히 큰 데이터베이스와 소통하는 것 같은 그런 느낌이기도 해요. 얘가 정말 무슨 몇백억 개의 문서를 다 이렇게 꾸역꾸역 넣어서 거기서 그걸 기반으로 뱉어내는 말이니까. 근데 그거는 우리가 생각했을 때 좋은 소통은 아니겠죠. 네, 그래서 내가 정말 뭐 어떤 뭐 철학자와 소통하고 싶다. 내가 제일 좋아하는 작가와 소통하고 싶다라고 했을 때 얘가 해줄 수도 있고, 아니면 정말 그냥 내 앞에 있는 사람과 우리는 다른 언어를 쓰든지 뭐 다른 문화적인 배경을 가지고 있든지, 그래서 그냥은 소통이 잘 안 되는데 그걸 소통을 잘 할 수 있게 해준다든지, 아니면 로봇이 이제 또 중요해진다면 로봇과 사람이 어떻게 소통을 할지, 그런 거 될 것 같아요. 좀 구체적으로 얘기를 뭐 만약에 필요하신다면 이렇게 영역별로 나올 수도 있고, 그러니까 뭐 금융에 대한 챗봇, 뭐 그리고 이제 번역은 요새 다 되는데 그 번역이라는 것도 예를 들면 내가 중국인이랑 얘기할 때 뭐 어떤 반도체 비즈니스에 대한 통역을 제일 잘해주는 챗봇, 뭐 그런 걸로 가지 않을까. 네. 저는 그 경쟁력이라는 거와 더불어서 리더십을 같이 생각을 해야 된다고 생각해야 돼요. 우리가 미국만 보고 있으면 계속 뒤처지는 것 같지만 사실은 한국의 기술력이 나쁘지 않거든요. 굉장히 사실은 특히 우리가 지금 얘기하고 있는 언어 모델 이런 쪽에서 그렇게 뒤처 있지는 않아요. 1등을 못 한다는 건데 뭐 꼭 1등만 리더가 되는 건가? 라고 생각을 할 수도 있고, 다르게 보면 지금 뭐 전 세계에 몇백 개의 나라가 있고 언어를 보면 몇천 개의 언어가 있는데 사실 한국어 모델은 그 중에서는 굉장히 많이 발전되어 있는 모델 중에 하나예요. 그런 의미로, 그런 식으로 보면 우리가 리더로서 특히 이제 아시아를 보면 지역적으로 봤을 때 아시아에서 물론 중국이 있고 일본이 있지만 그 중국, 일본, 특히 중국은 이제 미국이랑 그냥 싸우고 있고 일본은 뭐 우리랑 약간 비슷하다고 볼 수 있는데, 어쨌든 그럼 일본이랑 한국이랑 이 아시아에서 어떻게 리더십을 갖고 갈 것이냐. 사실은 연구 그 인프라 같은 게 다른 나라는, 아시아의 다른 나라는 훨씬 더 뒤쳐져 있잖아요. 근데 그 인구는 많고 뭐 방글라데시, 뭐 인도네시아, 베트남 그런 나라들을 봤을 때 이런 AI, 뭐 언어 모델뿐만 아니라 AI가 우리나라의 AI 기술이 아시아를 어떻게 선도할 것인가, 저는 그게 되게 중요하다고 보고, 그러니까 경쟁력에 있어서는 뭐 다 인력이 더 필요하고 뭐 데이터가 더 필요하고 뭐 투자가 더 필요하고 그 너무 뻔한 얘기인 것 같아요. 근데 그 중에서 이제 데이터는 좀 중요한 것 같아요. 어떻게 보면은 한국어만 본다면, 한국어 기술만 본다면 데이터가 사실은 제일 지금으로서는 바틀넥인 것 같아요. 그게 뭐 법적으로 풀어야 되는지 뭔지는 잘 모르겠는데, 어떻게 해서든 더 많은 데이터를 확보할 수 있으면 그거는 충분히 우리가 경쟁력을 더 갖는 데에 뭔가 좋은 자원이 될 것 같아요. 뭐 교육도 많이 시켜야 될 거고, 뭐 카이스트뿐만 아니라 한국 대학에도 많이 와 있잖아요, 유학생들이. 근데 더 많이 올 수도 있고 우리가 거길 가서 뭐 교육을 시킬 수도 있고, 그래서 그 나라들도 경쟁력을 조금씩은 이제, 그러니까 기술을 조금씩 갖게 하는 것도 그게 하나의 방법일 수도 있고, 아니면 기업들이 뭐 사실 네이버 같은 데는 이제 많이 진출을 해 있으니까 나머지 아시아 국가들에, 구글 같은 회사도 당연히 뭐 인도네시아, 베트남어 다 하고는 있지만 일단 우리는 더 가깝고 지역적으로도 가깝고 문화적으로도 좀 더 이제 비슷할 수도 있고, 그런 장점을 살리면 우리가 뭐 정말 이 언어와 문화, 지리, 뭐 역사 그런 거를 잘 보고서 이 AI라는 게 그런 거를 다, 사실 우리의 지능이라는 거는 역사, 문화 그런 게 다 이렇게 같이 있는 거잖아요, 사람은. 그런 게 중요할 것 같아요. 나는 어떻게 더 깊은 생각을 할 수 있을까? 저는 그게 제일 중요하다고 생각해요. 예를 들면 뭐 그 지진에 대한, 튀르키예 지진에 대한 기사를 쓴다라고 했을 때 뭐 몇 명이 죽었고 막 그런 이렇게 막 초를 다투는 그런, 누가 이걸 먼저 터뜨릴 건가? 그러면 여기서 나오면은 그걸 갖다가 이제 거기에다가 조금 더 업데이트를 해서, 그런 거 이제 의미가 없잖아요. 그런 정보는 다 들어오고 자동으로 들어왔을 때 내가 이거를 가지고 사람들이 더 깊이 있는 질문을 할 거 아니에요. 뭐 그러면은 한국은 지진에 대해서 어떨까? 그게 무슨 뭐 기후 변화 그거랑 그 관련이 있을까? 캘리포니아 지진이랑 여기랑.
네, SBS 창사 33주년.
Congratulating the 33rd anniversary of SBS, we are holding today's SDF forum, and we'll go on to the next program. We are now in the era of generative AI, and it's not just the global big techs, but also Korean companies are moving fast to find their new business models. In particular, there are companies trying to apply generative AI to their industry field, and to do so, they need to have very specialized application. So we have companies that are leading this field. So how can we achieve AI competitiveness with expert level? Well, I believe that all of you are looking forward to this presentation. We have the Chief of AI Research at LG, Bae-kyung-hun.
네, 안녕하세요. LG AI.
Good morning. My name is Bae-kyung-hun from the LG AI Research Institute. What do you think these numbers mean? 336 trillion won is the amount of the money invested in AI by the US big tech companies over the past decade. On the right side, the 7.5 trillion won is the amount that the Korean companies have invested in AI over the past decade. You can see how serious American big techs are about AI. Korean companies are also gradually expanding their AI investment.
although there is still a long way to go. So likewise, many countries, including the United States and Korea, are continuously investing in AI technology. And the size of the investment is expected to increase further with the advent of generative AI. So why are we crazy about generative AI? From the user point of view, we were able to have a new experience like never before through generative AI. It has become possible to easily express what you think in writing or images. And even non-experts can also engage in creative activities at the level of experts. Things that could not be done before with the AI have now become possible. And from the perspective, this means a lot for experts and also non-experts. So it is widely available. And from the perspective of the providers of AI services, AI based on traditional deep learning could only perform one specific task. It was limited. But generative AI, on the other hand, can perform multiple tasks simultaneously through a single foundation model. And it can provide high performance services simply by learning a relatively small amount of data additionally. And let's look at the potential of AI technology. Generative AI showed the potential for artificial general intelligence, and it shows various future perspectives where we can utilize AI. But still, AI requires a lot of human intervention, but not in the long future. It will learn on its own and advance itself, which means that a huge innovation will come near to the every aspect of our lives. Having said that, what will be the innovative human life in the future? Let's imagine it together. We have suffered a lot in the last couple of years from an unprecedented pandemic. You may remember that it took quite a lot for the first COVID vaccine to be released. In order to develop new drugs like this, in general, it may take years or more than a decade. But if we utilize the AI, we can whoppingly reduce the time required for developing new drugs. If we can develop new drugs in years, in months, or weeks, we may live in an era of ordering customized new drugs tailor-made to individual DNAs in the not too distant future. And you can have a customized AI assistant just for you. It'll be able to arrange your own schedule while you're at work and make business reservations that you need. And if you have a family birthday dinner in the evening, it can recommend a suitable gift and purchase it for you and reserve the best restaurant for you and your family given your taste. In addition, the time will come when the AI assistant can suggest the optimal way to make important decisions and take charge of financial planning. Through generative AI, we'll face this future faster than we think. Generative AI is obviously a game changer that will fundamentally transform the economic and the social landscape, getting a lot of people's attention. And we believe that the industrial values created by generative AI will also be quite large. With generative AI, it can create such various digital goods such as text, information, image and video contents, sound source, and 3D contents. Therefore, it is rapidly spreading because it can be applied to all industries such as finance, manufacturing, and the healthcare. And it is analyzed that the market size will grow at an annual average rate of 61% over the next 5 years. And Goldman Sachs also predicted that the market of $7 trillion will be created over the next 10 years. As the generative AI market grows, the competition among the companies to take the lead in the ecosystem is also intensifying. Technology-wise, the company's competitive strategy can be divided into two main categories. First of all, to create a LLM or the large language model, creating a huge AI model by increasing the parameters to the infinite level, they can create a
a large intelligence model, there is an advantage of excellent inference performance. However, huge computing infrastructure investments must be accompanied. And the data at the parameter scales must be obtained first. And we are developing such a huge model centered on big tech with the huge capital power. And the recent trend is to increase the size of the models by having more and more parameters to go beyond human level intelligence. But we are going beyond that. We are also developing it into the multimodal model that combines images and video. And there is a strategy that focuses on small LLM, SLLM, which is relatively small LLM in size. Compared to LLM, the reasoning performance may not be as good. But the additional fine-tuning, if it is given, and to provide services for specific purposes, it's also quite powerful. Because it's dozens times bigger than conventional AI models. And in the recent business environment, there is a high demand for the light or small LLM. And the service cases hoping to utilize the SLLM is on the exponential increase. For the previous AI revolution to be realized in our lives, it was a deep learning technology. But to develop AI that can be providing services, it requires a large amount of data. And what's as important is the quality of the data. The high-quality data should be fully utilized to develop a high-level AI. Since the mid-2010s, there have been various attempts to apply deep learning technology to various industrial fields with futile results. This is because it was very difficult to secure sufficient and meaningful high-quality data that can be utilized in industrial fields. And I think with the generative AI, we can tackle this issue. Processing data and having high-performance model is not easy, but if we can do that, it can be utilized to the real service, and we can keep generating the relevant service domains. There will be a creation of a system. So the generative AI can make everyone the owners of the data. And I think this is beginning of the AI revolution. Many people regarding the potential and the values of the generative AI, they have high and positive expectations. But some people regard it as a nuclear bomb grade threat, and they believe we need stricter regulations. Let's take a look at what elements of the generative AI can be as risky as a nuclear bomb. Have you seen these pictures? A picture of former President Trump getting arrested. And the next picture was the U.S. Pentagon under attack. That made a huge hit on the social media. But these images were fake images generated by generated AI. The generative AI can quickly create images. If someone has bad intentions, they can utilize generative AI to create false information and the fake news. That can pose a nuclear bomb grade threat. And maybe someday we might be in the era where we feel more familiar to the virtual world. Generative AI can enhance our quality of life, but if we undermine the trustworthiness of the created image, it might bring about the threat to the human civilization. And if we overlook this, we might be lagging behind in the competition to develop the AI. What we need here is to grasp exactly the AI technology level and to accurately analyze the potential repercussions of the AI. AI still needs a lot of human intervention. Before AI reaches a stage that no longer requires a human intervention, we need to build the trustworthiness, and we need to be able to separate the positive and the negative sides of a utilization of the generative AI. For the generative AI for further development, data copyrights is also important. Currently, the service providers of the generative AI, many companies have difficult times because of the copyright issues. A while ago, 17 American authors, including the author of The Game of the Thrones, filed a class action lawsuit against OpenAI. They claim that the OpenAI for developing the generative AI infringed their copyrights, and the Getty image against Stability AI, they are suing for 2,300 trillion won without the permission of the Getty images. It claims that they have utilized more than 12 million images for AI development. The reason for this issue is that most open source models are used for developing this AI. Open data sets contain a number of unauthorized data with pending copyright issues. If you ignore this and use it for the AI pursuing commercialization of the services, you may have to pay a huge price, as in the previous cases. Now, I'd like to talk about the generative AI strategy of LG. LG is focusing on creating generative AI that can be used in industrial fields and building practical business success stories based on this. LG announced the X1 300 billion parameter LLM in December 2021, and in July we unveiled an upgraded X1 2.1. We even unveiled a lightweight SLLM that can be used in the industrial field. LG also thought hard about the strategy to lead the generative AI ecosystem. Rather than strengthening general intelligence, LG is pursuing a strategy to strengthen specialized intelligence in specialized areas. To this end, it is important to secure specialized data and create high-quality generative AI. LG is working with not only our own affiliates within the group, but also professional data service companies around the world to create expert-level AI that can be used in industrial fields. In order to generative AI to actually be utilized in the industrial fields, it needs to achieve a significantly higher performance. In addition to this, we must solve the hallucination issues, which is saying things that are not true as they are true. These are not easy problems to solve. LG decided that it would take a lot of time to solve the problem by developing general AI. So it is optimal to narrow down the problems to a specific area of expertise and create an LLM that can answer those questions at the expert level. Considering the cost aspect as well, we thought this would be the optimal option for us. To put it back together, professionalism and reliability must be secured to create a generative AI model that can be actually utilized in the industrial fields. More than anything, LG's AI strategy is to create practical business success cases. Last July, LG unveiled our 3 platforms that would be the basis for LG's AI success stories. Universe, Discovery, Atelier are those 3. It is a platform based on X1 2.0, LG's generative AI, and they are characterized by their expertise and reliability that can be utilized in industrial fields. Let me first introduce you the X1 Universe. X1 Universe is an interactive AI platform for experts, professionals. The AI mainly learned reliable knowledge in specialized fields such as over 45 million papers and patents, and was developed by reducing the possibility of hallucination in the process of reasoning and generating answers. It can provide insightful answers to users' difficult questions and show the paper on which they are based and even specific paragraphs of the papers. And by applying this technology to the enterprises, you can increase the productivity of your business by presenting the answers you want to your questions based on a variety of documents within the enterprise. At the moment, we provide the services to the professionals, but we will universalize the system so that the general public can be benefited. The second platform we are preparing is the X1 Discovery. It is a platform to explore scientific facts with the AI technology. We want to apply this technology to new materials, new compounds or substances, and new drug development fields, although it is based on X1 Universe, in the sense that it can answer users' requests for specialized areas. Technology for designing molecular structures and predicting synthesis results has been added on top of that. LLMs enable scientists to learn vast amount of chemical and biofield experts, which can reduce a long and arduous process of research. It will be possible to shorten the long period of discovering optimal candidate compound to synthesis experiment from 40 months to 5 months, and drastically reduce 10,000 synthetic trials and errors to dozens of times. And the last one is XR1 Atelier. It is an AI platform that helps inspire people's creativity. It is a multi-model that can inspire people's creativity. It focuses on the inspiration, but also it focuses on the data copyright, intellectual property issue. LG's XR1 Atelier has solved all data copyright issues, and then LG household and healthcare designers used XR1 Atelier to design cosmetic packages and launched products. And last year, they won an award at New York Fashion Week with an image created by XR1 Atelier. Designers were able to use Atelier to get a variety of new ideas and use them to significantly reduce design time. You can also understand the images reversely translated into the text. You can also create necessary advertising lines by looking at the images or the pictures, or write simple articles. XR1 Atelier makes professionals more professional, and it allows even non-professionals to design like professionals and make advertising phrases and images easier to meet the needs of the users. It can show unlimited creativity and scalability. So what should we prepare in the future? Well, from the broader perspective, as mentioned earlier, the LLM size can be scaled up, and we can add the multimodal intelligence, and like the direction of the LG is pursuing, instead of just creating a large-scale model, we can develop the specialized model, and we can think about combining these different models. And in order to resolve hallucination issues, fact-based proposition, which is related to diagnostics research, it will be actively ongoing. But when it's combined with different models such as LLM, the research that can bring about the innovation in the industrial fields, and the research on the LLM per se should be done in the mid to long term. I believe one of the best things AI can do very well is to predict the future. The existing AI prediction models are based on a formalized data. So they couldn't proactively respond to external variables, so their performance of the prediction was limited. To solve this problem, LG is dramatically increasing its existing prediction accuracy by combining LLM, which reflects unstructured data such as vast amounts of news and professional literature, with AI prediction models. We are also conducting research to predict the demand for certain products and the financial situations. So we are preparing for the new level of AI, and we are going to combine this with the existing generative existing LLM, and to apply them to the business to provide the future generation prediction models. Depending on whether you adapt or not, your competitiveness as a business will be determined. And the current generative AI communicates in the form of the chatbot, and you need to ask a very detailed question to get the answer of your desire. But we will soon find this communication method is not convenient enough. So in the end, in order for the AI to blend into our lives, I think it should be developed in the form of analyzing the user patterns proactively, presenting opinions, and taking care of the things around me than when I'm concentrating on something else. Well, the generative AI, as told earlier, beyond the converging with the prediction model, means that AI becomes the actionable AI, which is the AI thinks on its own, which can create innovative life change to the mankind. At the LG Group level, we are also preparing for the future by establishing the future strategy for direction as ABC, which means AI, bio, and clean tech. First of all, in the field of the AI, we will continue to increase productivity and create new values by applying AI to all areas of LG's portfolio, including manufacturing, chemical, bio, and telecommunication and IT businesses. To this end, we will also strengthen cooperation with the global professional data service companies. In addition to strengthening our AI development technologies, and we plan to continue to create new possibilities by focusing on combining these AI technologies with bio and clean tech businesses. AI will become an indispensable part in our lives. It is up to us now how to make and how to utilize this AI. It's up to us. I hope that today's presentation that I just gave you will offer you a time to think about what we need to prepare from now on to create a AI that can be a great companion for mankind. Thank you.
네, AI의 미래에 대해서
So we heard about the future of AI and it gave us an opportunity to think about what it will look like in the future. So just to mention during the presentation, one of the keywords of this first half of the year was, of course, the generative AI. And this August, a Korean startup's large language model surpassed ChatGPT in the open source field to rise up as the global number one generative AI model. So we have Korean AI company Upstage and CEO Kim Sung-hoon is our next speaker, and there will be a Q&A session following his presentation. If you have questions, please send them to our Kakao channel, ID SDF. Let's invite CEO Kim Sung-hoon to the stage. Please give a big hand.
네, 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all. I am Kim Sung-hoon from Upstage. So today I will be talking about how we can use LLM in the best way, and we have some services at our company. So I'll be talking about that and how many people are using LLM. So since the end of last year, ChatGPT and GPT, people were surprised by the performance of those generative AIs, how well-functioning those AIs are, and people started to think where we can use this technology. GPT, it seems very difficult term, and LLM is the same. Well, these terms were not coined in Korea, so for people it's quite hard. Generative, transformer, GPT, it means that it's a model that creates things very well. And at OpenAI, they have registered the GPT as their trademark. It seems like GPT is just like a general term, so it might not be a trademark, but anyways, it was registered. So that's why people found a replacement, which is LLM. LLM is so hard to pronounce, actually. So when I say LLM, many people misunderstand what I'm saying. But LLM is widely used by linguists because it's the language model. So what is language model? Well, I'm currently speaking in front of you. So if it's like S, B, S, D, well, people expect that I will say forum after this. So this is the understanding or expectation that we have, and it's just finding what will come afterwards. So language model, it seems quite fancy, but anyways, it's just about finding what should come next. And it's not just LM, but LLM, because we are having this model in such a large scale. And what is very interesting is that LLM is about finding the word that comes next, but still it seems like this model is speaking or creating things as if it has its own intelligence, and its output is creating so much wow effect among people. So at my company, what we are trying to do is to allow many people use this kind of model in their everyday life. For example, my mother, I also want to introduce this kind of function. So we tried various things on applying this concept and thought of using KakaoTalk. Actually, it's such a widely used messenger service, and we thought that we can apply this LLM in KakaoTalk. And just in 2 months, we had more than 1 million subscribers. Now, actually, time has passed, so it's more than 1.5 million or 2 million subscribers. So KakaoTalk, it's very familiar name to many people. So now we have coined this name, AskUp or Asuk, and I hope that you can all join our service so that our subscriber can be over 2 million. So users of AskUp, they are finding it very interesting, and they are using it in such a creative ways. And we are trying various ideas to see what would be the best way forward. And one of that was this LLM is just finding the next word to come. So it means that it is very good at making up things. So when we are asking a question, if you know what is the answer, for example, if it's like a fixed answer, then of course AskUp doesn't give you the appropriate answer. But if it's like an open question, then it gives you a great answer. For example, if you ask AskUp, at SDF Forum, CEO Kim came onto the stage and he gave us some interesting stories. What was the story? If you ask the question to AskUp, then of course it will give you great answers. And if you look at these captures, the screenshots, then you will see it's very interesting. For example, if I have my son studying in the States, and if I want to know what kind of concerns or problems my son might be having in the US, if I asked, of course, anything can be the answer because there is no fixed answer. So if you ask that kind of open-ended question, then you will get a satisfactory answer. And as we used this service, we found that as we are just using language, we also wanted to try giving image to get the answer. So it's, in very difficult term, it's multimodal because it's understanding the mode of text and as well as image. So if you take a photo and upload it, it's like giving eyes to GPT. So when we tried it, many people welcomed that new modality. Also, AskUp is very good at jokes. So we did it. We tried making up jokes by using AskUp, and more than 1 million people loved the jokes that our AskUp created. And however, there is a problem. So you know Upstage, my company, but I asked AskUp, what is Upstage? Can you tell me about this company? And here you can see the answer, and it seems very accurate, and it also has numbers like Upstage was created in 2010. It is one of the leading e-commerce companies in Korea, and etc. However, all the information you see here are fakes, not true. Why does it happen? It's because of one reason. Because it's the language model. It just finds the right word to come next. And it's not just for language models. Maybe it's the same for people. Even if you are very clever and have the whole knowledge in the world, maybe if you go on a vacation to a deserted island, and if I ask you, well, there is this very famous forum, and do you know who are the speakers who will present at the forum? Then if you spent 1 week in that kind of island for vacation, then you'd not know the precise answer. But if I say you can just make up, then you can make up the answer and give just any name. So you might say that, oh, AskUp is a liar. It can just make up stories. However, it's not necessarily the case. It's just the nature of language model. So if you went on a vacation, and if I give you, if you came back to your home, and if I asked you the same question, then you can search it on the internet and find the speakers who will be presenting at the forum. So what we can do is, of course, AskUp can create things, but if you give the right tool, which is the search engine connection, then AskUp will search and find the right answer and give you the accurate information. For example, here, if you use this kind of query function, it gives you the accurate information about our company, AskUp. And I also asked, can you tell me about Kim Sang-hoon of AskUp? Actually, you can see that it has all the numbers, the names of companies that I worked in the past, but everything here is not true. But what if I allow the search function? Then it will create the result based on the internet search, and now you can see that the answer is very accurate. Here it says that Kim Sang-hoon has made great achievements in the field of AI. I'm not sure whether that's the case, but nevertheless, I think that the answers here are quite accurate.
So with this language model and with this AskUp, which is good at word chasing, is to provide it a tool. And based upon the search function in your work spaces with plug-in function, AskUp will function very well. So we've tried a lot of this, and amongst our trials, one of the most favored trial was drawing a picture. I think Koreans have talents at drawing pictures. And when we added this function, we had an exponential increase of the subscribers. But developing this function for drawing is very difficult. So it needs to understand what it should draw. So we used a sort of a magic keyword like an open sesame, draw such and such things. That was our keyword. So we have created this excellent program, but people just do not blindly follow what we programmed. They, instead of using these keywords, please draw me such and such, or draw such and such and add an image of certain animals. Those are the actual orders that people use. But so it was difficult to develop this function. But ChatGPT or LLM is basically a generative model. So whichever words come in as an input, it creates an output based upon the input. So the description of the picture, when they give a thorough description of the picture and gives an order, it is very good at drawing it. For example, you want to draw a picture of a sheep, but this is original sheep, but you can tailor-made a sheep to yellow or pink.
you can do coding with the era of a LLM. With coding, it's very easy to give a data direction. So, okay, you can draw a picture. You are a painter. When you are asked to draw a picture by the people, you can create the command that is related to drawing the picture. So the model will understand the language and can generate the picture drawing. So we are not merely generating text. We can create a specific code and the orders for drawing pictures, and for processing the data, we can also have a sort of a brain or engine. It can be utilized as a brain. So drawing can be done by having dialogue with this Ask Up. There are a lot more functions that I'd like to introduce you, and I take great pride in them. So there is also API, which is utilizing, we rely on the API. We need to connect to API to utilize the LLM. So your intimate conversation with the LLM will be leaking to the outside. So we made a statement not to input your very intimate and the separate private information, like I broke up with my boyfriend, everybody will know. So even if I gave the heads up, many people type in that type of a data. So what about we can have a lot smaller data set for data protection, privacy protection? I think we need to do that. And then every time you make a conversation, it costs money. So we need a smaller scale. And the function, especially the function in the Korean language, ChatGPT, is still weak. So we are creating new models that can overcome these hurdles. To realize these models, we need a couple of technologies. The most important technology here is good data. When we talk about education, we oftentimes say that it takes a village to raise a child. I mean, okay, let me not finish the sentence. Let's do the word chasing. Yes, it takes a village to do what? Yes, to raise a child. Likewise, to create one good AI, it takes a whole country. We need the top quality data, kindly talking data, accurately talking data. We need the precision data to create the top quality AI, which is very difficult. Because even if we have good data, why should I let someone else's AI to learn my data? Should I do that? Is it worth the burden? The reason I'm talking about this is that at this venue, we have data providers and AI developers, different interests. But I think everybody can be a winner from this ecosystem. So whether you are a content creator, you write, you do a blogging, or you keep diaries, you create any content. If you have good content, please be willing to let the AI to learn your contents. This will give birth to better performing AI, and it will create great values, and the great values will go back to the content creator. This will be the virtuous circle of the win-win, the synergy effect. And the upstage, we already began this journey, and I gave it a fancy name called the 1T Club, 1 Trillion Club. If you have data, if you're a data owner, you can right away participate. You can right away join the club. The models created using this model is already showing great performance, not only in Korea, but also in the world stage. We are building the best model, and our performance of the model exceeded the performance of the GPT 3.5. It's a smaller model with a perfect privacy guarantee protection, but also with the high performance. And the model that we created, thanks to the data you provided, we will have a world's best model. It would be a waste if we use this only in Korea. That's why if you visit this po.com website, of course, you can use this at the Ask Up site. If you visit this website, our creation, the upstage creation, the solar model is available. You can use this. This poll is a platform that hosts only very famous and highly functioning models, following the Google and the OpenAI. We are the 5th company who made it to the list of the models. And I'm proud to say that we are helping many users in many aspects. And the model runs on the private server. The data is stored in the private server, so you can guarantee the trustworthiness of the private server. But I believe in the future, the server size will be smaller and smaller in the future. So here is a confidential information. So this is a screenshot from my Kakao Talk SNS communication with one of my staff. So as for the next version of the Ask Up, we are preparing to launch the program called the Write Up. So like Kakao Talk and discrete place, when places you talk about secrets, it modifies the dialogue because to prevent the leak. So on your PC computer, you can install the LLM, and the LLM will run only inside of your computer. So in the future, it can be anywhere. It can be downloaded on your smartwatch or the mobile phones. The LLM can enter into any device that you have in the future. That kind of future is what we are trying to open at Upstage. Then what should we do? Having said that, when we have these services, please continue using that and experiment with that and play with that. That way you will contribute a lot to the growth of the AI. Thank you very much.
네, 대표님 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Thank you. Nice to
네,
meet
흥미로운
you,
강연 잘 들었습니다.
President. It was such a great lecture. So I'm sure that not just the AI-related people, but all the other people from the industry are interested in what you have to say about the current trend. So anything that you want to say to everybody here? Yes, I also was quite surprised to see such a big turnout. Well, as I was looking at your face, I could see the passion for AI. It was such a pleasure to present in front of such audience. There are so many questions coming in. First, for AI company to secure high quality data, I'm sure that there are sometimes copyright issues. You talked about this 1T club that Upstage has launched. So do you think that there should be some way to resolve this copyright issue through the coexistence of data creator and AI company? And just if you know, is there any cases of such kind of overseas companies that did so to solve this copyright issue in very wise way? Well, I believe that we are the first to try such a thing. Copyright, well, there are issues already that we have experienced related to books and music. So of course we have to pay the legitimate price to the creators. And for me, like the AI company, we have to share our profit to those creators to give them the right share. But if we are reluctant to pay them their share, then the problem occurs. So as long as we are willing to share, I think that we will all be very happy. The next question, the images or the texts created by the AI, who will be authentify the integrity of the images or texts? Who will tell whether they are false or true? Let's example that you have a very smart friend with whom you like very much. Who can tell that the friend is genuine or not? I mean, will the friend confirm that, or will you tell that? I think it's up to us who are the actual users of the tools. like relationship between friends, we can have many AI friends, AI friend A, B, and C. Their opinions might be different, but after listening to everyone's opinions and making any judgment or making a decision, I think it's up to us instead of 100% blindly trusting.
So you operate 1T token, which means that you really value the importance of tokens. So do you think that tokens are really important? The size or the scale of tokens are really important in the AI operation? Well, that's such a in-depth question. When we are creating a model, what decides its performance is first the architecture of the AI, meaning if it's a person, the person himself, and also the other thing could be the education that the person received, which is the architecture for AI, the structure, and another thing is what the AI has learned. So those are very important pillars for AI. And the structure of AI doesn't change that fast, maybe once every decade. In the past, we had RLN, and these days we have transformer. It took about 10 years, and about 7 years have passed since then. So maybe in 3 to 4 years, we will have a new structure. So there is like 10-year cycle. So model, it seems like it's changing quite slowly. So sometimes there could be quantum jump, and that happens for like totally new models. So we will have a lot of, we are having growth currently taking place. It's from data, but after a few years, we will have another quantum jump. Thank you for answering those tricky questions.
Next question. To measure the profit sharing ratio given to the intellectual property holders or the data creators or the model creators, I mean, who should be compensated how much? It's very difficult to make that decision. When something's difficult, what's the golden rule? Half and half. So we regard the contribution made by the data creator 50% and the model developer the other 50%. If anybody's not happy about it, I will bring him and have a private conversation to make a slight adjustment. And due to time limitations, I'd like to ask you the one final question. What you, in general, to generalize or to universal usage of the AI and the AI for everyone, that is your personal motto. But for those of the people who still fear the advent of the AI, what kind of tips or advice would you like to give to them? Well, to make AI more common, more popular, I like to chip in. I'll be glad if I can make one tiny contribution because it is merely a tool. It's just a tool. You don't have to be afraid of that. Unless you use the tool, you might be isolated. You might be lagged behind. So I like to get your understanding on this. If you are desperate enough and enthusiastic enough to learn about it, I'm thinking about opening up the Professor Sun Kim's AI LLM 101 for everybody, and you will be able to Google or search many good training materials on the internet. There are many ways to learn about it.
Thank you for making such a difficult topic easier for us to understand. Thank you, CEO.
SBS 창사 33주년
We are holding today's forum under the topic of rewriting the economic paradigm in the age of AI to congratulate the 33rd anniversary of SBS. Now we will have lunchtime. Please enjoy your lunch. And we also have prepared some special programs on site of SBS SDF 2023. For additional information, we have a reception desk outside. In the afternoon, we have world-renowned scholar, Professor Guy Standing, to give the keynote speech. And we also have other distinguished speakers who will be meeting our audience. I look forward to your interest and attention. Please enjoy your lunch and please be back here at our forum by 1 p.m. So thank you for joining us. Goodbye.
SBS D포럼은 SBS가 사회 공헌을 목적으로 연중 실시하는 비영리 지식 나눔 프로젝트입니다. 지난 2004년부터 기술의 관점에서 한 발 앞서 미래를 내다본 서울 디지털 포럼을 계승하는 한편 그 한계를 뛰어넘기 위해 2018년 SBS D포럼으로 새롭게 출발했습니다. Diversity, Democracy, Data, Dream 등 다양한 뜻을 가진 D처럼 우리 사회가 당면한 문제를 여러 각도에서 깊이 있게 논의합니다. SBS D포럼은 해마다 주목해야 할 화두를 선정해 인터뷰, 캠페인, 소셜 프로젝트 등을 연중 실시하고 연말에는 오프라인 포럼을 통해 국내외 정상급 연사들과 참가자들이 한자리에 모여 해법을 모색합니다.
저는 앞으로 인공지능 도구들을 적용을 시켜서 작업의 효율을 높여야 살아남을 수 있을 것이라고 생각을 하는데,
인공지능을 잘 활용하는 사람하고 잘 활용하지 못하는 사람, 이 둘의 격차가 좀 크게 벌어질 것 같아서
나는 어떤 직업을 선택해야지? 나는 어떤 전공을 선택해야지? 혼란스럽고 의문이 드는 단계라고 생각을 합니다.
저희 M세대 분들은 이제 민주화, 경제 성장, 이 공통된 과제 같은 적도 있고, 그렇다면은 우리 세대의 공통된 과제는 무엇이냐?
사회과긴 하지만 인지신경, 계산신경 이쪽을 연구실에서 하고 있어서 AI에 아무래도 관심을 가지게 됐고요. 뭔가 지금까지 논해지지 않았던 걸 좀 해볼 수 있지 않을까.
근데 최근 들어서 교육 현장이 많이 변화하고 있고 그 변화에 굉장히 인공지능이 많은 도움을 주고 있어서 제가 이 분야에서 어떤 걸 좀 더 할 수 있을지 고민을 하게 되다가
우리 세대가 결국 인공지능 또는 로봇과 같이 살아가야 되는데 그들과 같이 살아가려면 어떤 세상이 되어야 될까?
인간이랑 같은 레벨에 있으려면 평가하고 선택이랑 조금 더 가까워진 것 같아요. 모든 사람이 이런 빅데이터에 대해서 흔히 말하는 접근이 가능하고 모든 사람이 그런 흔히 말하는 이제 모델을
이게 사람 뇌를 기계로 업로드를 시키는 것도 있지만 또 아예 컴퓨팅 쪽에서는 뇌를 자체를 우리가 컴퓨터로 시각화해보자 하잖아요.
퍼스널 아이덴티티, 인격 동일성에 대한 이야기. 어떤 이 인간이랑 이 인간이 같은 인간인가를 판정하는 기준을 두는 건데, 이 심리적 동일성 이론에 따르면 인간이란 무엇이냐, 그것은 어떤 우리의 기억이나 어떤 이성적 본성이나 약간
저 권위도 되게 인상 깊었고
스펙트럼만 본다라는 느낌도 들었어요.
각자가 생각하고 있는 키워드 그냥 막 적어볼까?
인공지능을 어떻게 쓸지는 그 사회의 구성원들이 결정을 하는데 그건 결국 사회가 가지고 있는 욕망과 문제를 그대로 반영을 할 거라고.
우리 사회에 어떤 욕망과 문제가 있을까? 난 우리 지난번에 만나서 얘기했던 비교 사회가 난 핵심이라고 생각해.
사실 지금 머릿속에 계속 맴돌고 있는 단어는 뾰족함이거든요. 이렇게 여러 가지가 동시에 변하고 있는 상황에선 큰 그림을 보는 것만큼이나 한 섹터에서 좀 깊게 들어가는 고민도 필요한 것 같다 이 생각이 들더라고요.
늦게까지 계속 하신다고 그러더라고요.
아, 맞습니다. 저희가 뭐 따로 타임 리밋, 그러니까 시간 제한을 두고 논의하고 있지는 않은데 아무래도 밤늦게까지 좀 이어지지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
우리 10분만 자고 시작할까? 잠깐 쉬었다가 한 40분부터 시작할까요, 그러면? 네. 고생했어, 지안나. 고용이 몰락하고 인공지능이 우리의 일자리를 다 뺏어가면 제발 다 뺏어가! 다 가져가! 라고 오히려 부추겨야 된다. 그래서 인공지능이 일을 다 가져가면 우리는 자아실현만 하면 된다. 굉장히 말도 안 되는 얘기겠지만 사실 우리가 인공지능이 그릴 미래가 유토피아여야만 한다라고 당위적 주장을 하려면 지금 유토피아를 만드는데 무엇이 방해를 하고 있는가를 지적하는 게 중요하다고 생각해요. 낡은 제도와 규범에 스마트한 대전환이 필요하다 해서 우리가 지적할 낡은 제도와 규범을 뭐냐?
저희가 여러분들께 제시하고 싶은 미래는 바로 단순 노동으로부터의 자유, 즉 인류의 해방입니다. 현대사회에서는 자본주의 논리에 맞춰 노동, 즉 물질적인 가치를 생산하는 활동이 가장 중요하게 취급받고 있습니다. 노동과 노동으로 인한 경제적 이득이 더 이상 중요하지 않게 됐을 때 일은 어떻게 될 것인가, 사회는 어떻게 될 것인가에 대한 새로운 가능성이 제시되어야 합니다.
저희는 그 답을 조세 제도에서 찾았습니다. 모든 국민은 납세의 의무를 진다. 다들 아시는 사실일 텐데요. 그러면 세금은 인간만 낼 수 있는 것일까요? 아닙니다. 법인, 즉 실제 하지 않는 어떤 허상이죠. 하지만 법으로는 법인을 법적으로 인간으로 보고 이 법인에게도 세금의 의무를 부과하고 있습니다. 그렇다면 인공지능이나 로봇도 법인과 같이 법적 인간으로 인정을 한다면 세금의 의무를 부과할 수 있다고 저희는 생각을 했는데요. 기업이 노동자를 고용을 하듯이 AI나 로봇에게도 월급을 주고 그 월급의 일정 부분을 세금으로 떼어서 사람들에게 분배를 하면 기본소득 제도와 같은 사회보장제도가 됩니다. 이 소득에 기반해서 인간은 노동으로부터 탈피해서 인간다움과 자아실현에 기반한 가치, 그리고 행복, 자아실현과 같은 물질이 아닌 다른 가치를 지향을 하게 돼야 한다고 생각을 했어요.
근데 지금 그렇게 논의가 AI에게 조세를 걷어서 기본소득을 제공을 하자라는 건 모든 사람을 무임승차자로 만들겠다라는 논의인 것 같고, 그렇게 되면 결국 아무도 노동을 하지 않고 모두가 무임승차를 하다 보면 과연 그렇게 말씀하신 AI로 인해서 계속 선순환이 되는 노동 구조가 지속이 될 수 있느냐.
저희는 반대로 이렇게 질문을 드리고 싶습니다. 왜 무임승차를 하면 안 될까요? 우리는 언제부터 돈을 내야만 차를 탈 수 있는 시대에 살아왔을까요?
그 사람들이 결국 소득도 소비를 해야 하는데 소비를 어디다가 하느냐라는 거죠. 사람과의 관계에서 소비를 해야 하는데 모든 사람이 소비를 하려고 하고 하다 보면 그 소비를 할 수 있는 관계라든가 공간이 없어진다라는 거죠. 그건 지속될 수가 없고.
소비를 할 수 있는 공간이 없어진다라는 게 어쨌든 그러니까 시장경제적 관점에서 봤을 때 돈을 써야 또 그걸 또 벌 수 있고 그 순환 과정을 말씀하시는 건가요? 근데 저희가 계속 말씀드리고 싶은 건 그런 과거의 효과만큼이나 우리가 포기할 수 없는 인간이 가지고 있는 모든 잠재력을 극도로 발휘할 수 있을 만한 변화의 기회가 눈앞에 있다. 그리고 그게 인공지능이 그런 희망과 열쇠를 가지고 있다고 생각을 하는데, 그러려면 과거가 주고 있던 어떤 혜택들에서 한 걸음 멀어져서 그걸 만약에 변화했을 때 우리가 마주하게 될 새로운 제도와 완전 전적으로 바뀐 다른 경제 모델은 그 이전이 줬던 효용보다 그 이상의 것을 줄 수 있다면 한번 그 변화를 대대적으로 시도해볼 수 있지 않을까? 라는 큰 생각을 좀 해보고 싶었던 건데요.
뭔가 다음 모멘텀이 전혀 기대되지 않는 사회 같다는 생각을 좀 했어요. 역동성이 없고 무슨 일은 다 인공지능이 하고 무슨 휴양지인 느낌?
완전 동의합니다. 그 얘기 많이 나왔어요. 친구가 하와이가 플라 좀 좋아했다고 했는데 그걸 가장 잘 실현할 수 있는 미래 사회를 꿈꾸면서 그려봤어요. 네.
반대로 꼭 우리가 이보다 더 발전을 해야 할까? 이 발전이 꼭 필요한 걸까? 이렇게 빠른 고속 성장이 저희가 말하는 시대가 오면 좀 지루는 하겠지만 뭔가 인간다움을 극대화시킬 수 있고 창의성을 발휘할 수 있는 시기가 오지 않을까 저희는 생각했습니다.
그렇게 될 것이다라는 건 전제로 깔고 가고 계셔서 그 부분에 대해서 질문을 드리고,
그렇게 자동화가 돼서 완전히 시스템이 돌아간다고 할지라도 대제안에 의해서 어떤 일이 생기거나 아니면
인간의 탐욕을 언더 에스티메이트 하면 안 돼요. 인간 탐욕이 끝이 없거든요. 어디 한번 놀러 갔다 오면 600장의 사진 중에 인스타그램을 쓰는 4장을 고르기 위해서 2시간 동안 노동을 하고 있어요. 그러니까 저 때나 지금이나 사진에 쓰는 노동의 양이 변하지 않았어요. 사실은 로봇한테 세금을 건다는 게 사실은 굉장히 좀 복잡할 수 있는 거예요. 왜냐면 우리의 탐욕하고 그 탐욕을 제한하기 위한 책임 소재, AI가 망가지고 고치는 거, 자발적으로 고친다. 잘못되면 돈도 안 주는데 어떻게 책임을 져? 그런 것도 있으니까 사람의 탐욕과 책임 문제가 계속해서 반복될 수도 있다.
기본적으로 지급받는 소득이 존재하는 사회에서 어떻게 살아갈 것인지에 대한 논의를 펼쳤었는데요. 그 과정에서 저희는 인간의 어떤 욕망을 좀 간과한 부분이 있었어요. 그래서 쉽게 끝나지 않는 것 같아요. 이게 인간에 내재되어 있는 속성도 생각을 해야 되고 그걸 둘러싸고 있는 사회도 생각을 해야 되고.
노벨 경제학상 받은 친구들.
왜냐면 그동안과 너무 달라서 내가 스스로가 믿을 수가 없나. 그의 기준과 다른 진짜 날카로운 거여서.
상식력이 더 커지는 그 격차가 하위 계층이 되냐 중간 계층이 되냐는 거죠.
저희 AI 2조입니다. 발표 시작하겠습니다. AI가 도래해도 지금의 권위가 여전할까요? 어떻게 생각하시나요? AI가 그럼 지금의 우리 권위를 뺏을까요? 이 문제에 대해서 묻고 답하고 최소한 예측해보고 싶습니다.
다음으로 계약적 권위가 어떻게 붕괴를 하는가를 이야기를 할 텐데, 결국 계약적 권위라는 건 누구에게 부여가 되느냐 하면 고용주와 비고용인이 있을 때 피고용인에게 부여가 되는 것입니다. 그런데 AI는 두 가지 측면에서 볼 수가 있는데, 첫 번째는 생산성이 굉장히 높습니다. 같은 A를 투입할 때 더 많은 생산량을 낼 수 있다라고 할 수가 있습니다. AI는 늘 최적의 A를 투입하기 때문에 정보의 비대칭성이 작고 도덕적 해이의 우려가 없습니다. 그렇기 때문에 상위 직업을 AI로 대체할 유인이 굉장히 크다라고 볼 수가 있죠. AI라는 것이 생기면서 많은 분들이 이야기를 하기를 좀 계층화가 이루어지고 그 계층화의 피해자가 이른바 하층민들에게 집중이 될 거다라고 이야기를 하시는데, 저는 약간은 다를 수도 있겠다고 생각을 하거든요. 위에 있는 이른바 상층민들이 밑으로 내려오는 식의 좀 하향 평준화 같은 계층화가 이루어질 수도 있지 않을까.
그래서 강조를 하고 싶은 게 이제 본능적 권위 부분입니다. 저희가 본능적 권위라고 생각했던 거는 저희가 딱 봤을 때 위압감을 느낀다던가 두려움을 느낀다던가 혹은 끌림을 느낀다던가 그런 요소들을 말하는 거고요. 뭐 예를 들면 연예인이 예쁘다. 저희는 본능적으로 예쁘다, 좋다라고 생각을 하고, 먼저 자본과 주주 같은 경우에는 돈이라는 본능적인 것이 있습니다. 돈이 뭐 우리 내 프로그래밍 되어 있지는 않을 수도 있지만 워낙 오랜 기간 동안 지속이 되어 왔고 이제 우리는 돈을 가진 사람을 보고 본능적으로 어떤 권위를 느끼게 된다고 저희는 판단을 했습니다. 이 상황에서 가장 먼저 없어지는 것은 저희가 보기에는 CEO 상위 직업이지 이 일반 사무직과 데이터가 아니라는 점입니다. 마지막 예시입니다. 유튜버, 교수, 대학원생입니다. 저희가 이제 일단 라고 생각을 하지만 저희가 이제 말씀을 드리고 싶은 부분은 사람들은 교수, 대학원생 이 사람들보다 본능적으로 저 사람 인기가 많으니까 인기가 많은 이유가 있을 거야 라고 생각하는 부분이 있다는 거죠. 그래서 교수님들도 좀 유튜브를 생각을 해보시길 바라고.
발표를 17분 25분
그러니까 뭐라 하더라고요.
제가 중단을 시키려다가 나의 미래가 어떻게 될까 중단을 시킬 수가 없었습니다.
직접 권위에 균열해서 지적 권위가 붕괴되는 경우를 더 똑똑한 사람이 있는 경우라고 했는데, 제가 박사과정에 진학한 게 사실 이런 교수님들께 정말 배우려고 왔어요, 만약에. 근데 더 똑똑한 게 정말 인공지능이라면 나는 여기 온 게 정말 비이성적인 결정이 돼버리는 거예요.
먼저 저도 대학원생으로서 박사과정 진학하신 거 지극히 이성적인 생각이라고 생각합니다. 다만 여기서 말씀드리고 싶은 건 박사가 됐다고 해서 더 이상 권위를 가질 수는 없다는 걸 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 지금 박사과정을 딴 사람보다 그냥 몸 좋은 사람 헬스트레이너에서 헬스트레이너로 유명해진 사람한테 더 많은 사람들이 매력을 느끼고 더 가서 배우고 싶어하는 세상이 돼버렸습니다.
본능적 권위의 측면에서 인기라는 게 정말 본능적인지 저는 의문이 듭니다. 그러니까 미적인 기준도 사회에 따라서 바뀌고 솔직히 만들어진 스타나 여론도 있다고 보거든요.
이 사람이 예쁘다는 건 가치는 바뀔 수 있죠. 지금 이 시대의 사람들이 날씬한 사람을 좋아하면 지금 이 시대 사람들의 본성적 권위를 얻고 있다고 본 겁니다. 그러니까 그 발산하는 사람의 입장이 아니라 받아들이는 사람들이 본성적으로 반응한 거에 대한 얘기입니다.
권위에 관해서 발표한 팀, 그 팀들의 발표가 재미있었는데요. 마지막에 그 유튜버가 인기와 모든 권위를 차지할 것이다 발표를 한 게 되게 슬프지만 재미있었다는 생각이 들면서 나도 빨리 유튜브 채널을 해야 되나?
공산주의적인 평등을 말하는 게 아니라 지금보다는 그 하방의 평균값이 모두 다 동시에 올라갈 수 있다? 이제 그게 불가능한 이유가 이제 소수가 그걸 놓지 않으려고.
옳고 그름의 문제가 아니라 이거는 정치적으로도 쓰일 만큼 신념에 대한 영역이어서
일단 저희가 전하는 과정에 대해서는 자세히 설명하기 어려운 게 맞아요.
내가 너무 당연하게 생각했던 거를 찝어주고 좀 꼬집어주고 하다 보니까 당연하게 생각했던 걸 당연하게 생각하지 않는 태도가 필요하겠구나.
자리를 깔아주고 마련해주는 것만으로도 굉장히 많은 얘기를 할 수 있고 발전을 시킬 수 있더라고요. 그래서 저는 그런 부분이 너무 신기했고, 훨씬 더 많은 사람들에게, 여러 가지 기회를 가진 사람들에게 이런 자리가 주어진다면 뭔가 대단한 게 나올 수 있지 않을까, 당장 뭔가 실행할 수 있지 않을까 하는 생각이 좀 들어요.
효율을 추구하는 건 인간의 욕망에서 기인한 거고 그리고 공학의 본질이라고 볼 수 있다. 근데 이게 언제나 옳겠느냐라는 질문을 드렸었습니다. 근시안적인 효율 추구 때문에 비효율로 오해받고 있는 것들이 있다는 생각이 들었습니다. 그 부분에 있어서 교정하기 위해서 쿡 찌르는 행동, 근데 윤리적인 방향으로 갈 수 있도록 쿡 찌르는 ethical nudge가 필요하지 않을까? 저희는 그러한 개념을 제시하고자 합니다. 소비를 통해서 이게 내 마음에 안 든다는 걸 보여줄 수도 있고요. 그것이 기업에게 영향을 직접적으로 끼치지 않더라도 여기 점선 표시된 게 넣진데요. 쿡쿡 찌르다 보면 기업들이 행동을 바꿀 수도 있지 않을까. 그리고 그것을 국가에게도 의견을 전달할 수 있고 국가도 다시 시민사회에게 AI 윤리 교육을 하면서 긍정적인 영향을 줄 수 있지 않을까. AI가 결정권을 갖는다기보다 우리 스스로가 어떤 의견을 제시할 수 있고 책임지고자 하는 태도를 더 갖는 것이 중요하지 않을까라는 생각을 하게 됐습니다.
그러면 이거는 제가 볼 때 그냥 뭐 시위하고 싶으면 시위하고 뭐 보이콧하고 싶으면 보이콧해라 약간 이 정도의 뉘앙스밖에 안 되는 것 같아서
예컨대 그러니까 애플에서 흑인 얼굴을 잘 인식을 못하는 AI를 내놓으면 기분 나빠서 안 사거나 이걸 내가 왜 사고 안 사는 흑인들이 있을 수 있겠죠? 근데 그게 그러니까 윤리적으로 어떤 이것이 올바르지 못하다라는 것이 아니라 본인의 어떤 이익에 위한 행위라고 하더라도 이게 결국은 윤리적으로 나아가는데 고민을 주는 행동이 될 수 있다라는 차원에서 말씀을 드린 거고요.
전 그 에스컬너지가 의도가 있는 행위를 말하고 싶은 것이 아니라면 저는 그건 더 문제라고 생각하거든요. 그럼 저는 여기서 재현하는 게 없다고 생각을 하거든요. 왜냐하면은 보통 저희는 의도를 가지고 하는 것만 행위라고 하지 그거는 행위라고 안 하잖아요. 그러니까 애초에 그러면 어떤 행위도 제한하고 있지 않은 것 같아요. 그냥 뭐 살고 싶은 대로 살아라고 하는 것밖에 안 되는 것 같아요.
네, 그런 소비 운동뿐만 아니라 교육 같은 경우도 있잖아요. 이렇게 교육이나 여러 가지 그런 규제들을 통해서 이런 게 조금 더 강화될 수 있지 않을까? 조금 더 시민들이 그런 윤리적으로 이게 알면은 문제 의식이 생길 수도 있듯이 그런 문제 의식을 가질 수 있지 않을까라고 좀 생각해봤어요.
살짝의 떨림과 묘한 흥분과 그렇습니다.
인간과 앞으로 인공지능이 함께 나아갈 텐데 그러한 환경이 실제할 수 있는 세상은 어떻게 돼야 할까라는 주제로 저희가 소개드리는 키워드가 바로 유퀘스트입니다. 퀘스트는 무언가에 대한 길고 힘든 검색인데 많은 시간이 소요되는 불필요한 소모적인 고민을 앞으로는 AI가 대신할 것이고 그로부터 우리는 해방되고 그래서 자유를 얻어가는 그래서 그렇게 우리가 AI와 함께 세상을 함께 나아갈 것이다.
저희가 마주할 사회를 다음과 같은 키워드로 정리했습니다. 저희는 지금 신중세 사회로의 분기점에 놓여 있다. 옛날에 성직자들이 많이 이제 경전을 해석할 거리를 가졌던 것처럼 테크노 플랫폼만이 경전, 즉 빅데이터에 접근할 수 있게 되는 거예요. 이러한 구도가 상당히 유사하다는 측면에서 저희는 오늘날의 키워드를 신중세 사회로 가는 분기점이라고 설정했습니다.
특정 플랫폼에게는 정보가 집중되고 개인들은 미분화되는 이 AI 사회 속에서 모두가 통합될 수 있는 미래를 꿈꾸고 그를 위해서 노력하는 사람들을 AI 인테그레이터라고 생각했고 인테그레이터들이 사회를 바꾸기 위해서 사회 전반에 미치는 영향을 모으면 운동으로 담아보았습니다.
그리고 5개 발표를 5개 당의 이름을 붙여봤습니다. 첫 번째는 AI 보편다. AI로서 모든 걸 다 할 수 있는 완벽을 추구하는. 두 번째 당은 AI 개혁다. 부간선에서 RF 리폼이라고 생각이 들었고, 세 번째 당은 인간 보호다. 네 번째는 행복혁명당. 다섯 번째는 이제 권위 본능당. 여러분이 나중에 사회에 나가서 20년, 30년 후 뭔가 커리어를 이제 호소할 때도 순수성 잃지 않으면 좀 더 멋진 사회가 되지 않을까 생각합니다. 많은 것을 느끼게 하는 하루였습니다. 고맙습니다.
저희는 이제 극일부의 이제 표본이죠, 사실. 한국이고 대부분 대학도 이제 특정 대학들에 소속이 되어 있고. 근데 이제 그게 중요한 게 아니라 오히려 사람들을 모아놓고 충분히 말을 할 수 있는 자리를 깔아줬다가 더 포인트인 것 같아요.
저는 공학도니까 그걸 하는 사람들끼리 얘기하니까 제 세계에 갇혀있는 면이 있는 거고 AI를 활용하는 건 우리 모두가 활용하는 거니까 실제 세상은 이 토론회에 더 가까울 것 같거든요. 앞으로 제가 어떻게 활용하면 좋을지에 대해서 약간 답을 얻을 수 있는 기회 같은 생각이 들어요.
모두 잘 모르는 문제에 대해서 우리 함께 힘을 합쳐서 생각해보는 일이 얼마나 중요한가. 그리고 우리가 그런 활동의 첫 발자국을 되게 잘 시작했구나를 느낄 수 있는 오늘이었어가지고
저희가 제시하는 그 비전이 끝이 아니라 What's next AI가 더 중요한 질문이 될 수도 있거든요. AI 다음은 무엇인지도 저희가 이제 같이 생각을 해야 된다고 생각을 해요.
AI죠.
근데 이게 좋은 거예요.
그래 이렇게
약간
AI가 한 명 못할까?
이렇게.
한 명 A, I, 하면은
집 까워질 거예요. 4시 반에 자가지고 졸립니다. 팀원들 너무 고생했다는 말 전하고 싶습니다. 미스코리아 약간 당선 그거
3일 동안 이제 다양한 이야기를 할 수 있어서 너무 감사했고 이제 수고한 만큼 이제 또 각자 집에 돌아가서 푹 쉬었으면 좋겠습니다.
화이팅!
사람과 AI가 만났을 때 어떻게 공존하고 사람이 어떻게 얘한테서 자기가 원하는 걸 얻어서 내고 그걸로 인해서 좀 더 좋은 일을 할 수 있게 되고 그런 걸 연구원에서 해야 될 것 같아요. 그리고 그 사람이라는 게 사실 사람마다 다르잖아요. 그러니까 그렇게 생각하면은 할 게 너무 많은 거죠. 한국 사람은 어떻게 쓰냐? 뭐 한국 내에서도 뭐 서울 사람은 어떻게 쓰고 대전 사람은 어떻게 쓰고 뭐 10대는 어떻게 쓰고 30대는 어떻게 쓰고 다 다른데 그럼 전체적으로 우리나라 아니면 뭐 어떤 무슨 큰 문제 뭐 지구 온난화 뭐 그런 것도 있을 거고 그런 거에서 우리가 이 AI라는 기술을 써가지고 이 사회적인 문제를 어떻게 해결할 것인가 그런 레벨에서의 연구를 해야 된다고 생각해요. 딱 챗 GPT만 보면 이게 그냥 미국 30대 백인이 쓰는 언어의 평균 뭐 그런 식으로 그 모델이 나온 거예요, 기술이. 그러면은 그 중에서도 굉장히 이렇게 범용적인 언어를 쓰기 때문에 뭐 욕도 안 하고 뭐 이렇게 굉장히 흥분한 그런 표현도 안 하고 그러잖아요. 근데 그거를 우리가 나는 10대처럼 사춘기 막 질풍노도의 시기를 거치는 그런 애들의 언어 를 구사하는 챗봇이랑 얘기를 하고 싶을 수도 있고, 아니면 뭐 60대 막 굉장히 지혜로운 사람, 이렇게 무슨 뭐 오바마 같은 그런 이렇게 세계 정치를 볼 수 있는 사람, 그럴 수도 있고. 사실 사용한 사람의 의도도 다르잖아요. 그래서 이거를 챗GPT와 그 과제에 대한 논의도 되게 많은데, 요새 이걸 그냥 걔를 써가지고 내가 과제를 5분 만에 해내고 싶은 학생도 있을 거고, 사실 그거를 써보면서 내가 영어 작문을 어떻게 해야 될지 배우고 싶은 사람도 있을 거고, 그 질문만 보면 똑같은데 사실 이 사용자의 의도는 굉장히 다를 수가 있단 말이에요. 그러면은 기계가 혹은 그런 기술이 이 사용자의 의도를 어떻게 파악할 것이고, 그 의도에 맞게 어떻게 행동을 해야 될 것이냐, 그런 것들 그냥 다 연구 주제인 것 같아요. 네. 제가 이런 언어 모델, 자연 언어 처리 분야의 연구를 하는 사람이기 때문에 저는 굉장히 그쪽으로 쏠려 있는 의견을 지금 드릴 수밖에 없는데, 저는 굉장히 이게 파격적인 큰 영향력이 있을 기술이라고 봐요. 알파고랑 가장 큰 차이는 사실은 알파고는 굉장히 전문적인 영역에 국한되어 있는 그런 AI였으면, 언어라는 거는 사실 이 세상 모든 사람들이 그냥 사람이라는 사람을 어떻게 보면은 다른 동물과 차별화할 수 있는 게 언어잖아요. 언어를 풀면 AI를 다 풀었다, 그렇게 얘기하는 사람들도 있는데, 그만큼 저는 그렇게 극단적으로 생각하지는 않지만, 우리가 가지고 있는 이 지능이란 것이 굉장히 많은 부분이 언어로 표현이 되고 다른 사람한테 전달이 되고 또 기록이 되고, 그렇다는 거를 보면, 그걸 생각하면 정말 알파고보다는 훨씬 더 영향력이 크다고 봐요. 클 것이라고. 근데 그게 챗GPT냐? 그건 아니고, 네, 여기서부터 시작을 하는 거겠죠. 언어는 소통의 도구니까, 그걸 누구랑 소통하냐, 뭐 자기 자신이랑 소통일 수도 있고, 뭐 다른 이렇게 우리가 하는 것처럼 소통하는 걸로 더 발전을 하겠죠. 사실 지금 챗GPT가 소통을 하고 있느냐, 되게 논란의 여지가 많고, 그 모델이 이제 확률적으로 말을 뱉어내는 건데, 어떻게 보면은 사용자가 굉장히 큰 데이터베이스와 소통하는 것 같은 그런 느낌이기도 해요. 얘가 정말 무슨 몇백억 개의 문서를 다 이렇게 꾸역꾸역 넣어서 거기서 그걸 기반으로 뱉어내는 말이니까. 근데 그거는 우리가 생각했을 때 좋은 소통은 아니겠죠. 네, 그래서 내가 정말 뭐 어떤 철학자와 소통하고 싶다, 내가 제일 좋아하는 작가와 소통하고 싶다라고 했을 때 얘가 해줄 수도 있고, 아니면 정말 그냥 내 앞에 있는 사람과 우리는 다른 언어를 쓰든지 뭐 다른 문화적인 배경을 가지고 있든지, 그래서 그냥은 소통이 잘 안 되는데 그 소통을 잘 할 수 있게 해준다든지, 아니면 로봇이 이제 또 중요해진다면 로봇과 사람이 어떻게 소통을 할지, 그런 거 될 것 같아요. 좀 구체적으로 얘기를 뭐 만약에 필요하신다면 이렇게 영역별로 나올 수도 있고, 그러니까 뭐 금융에 대한 챗봇, 뭐 그리고 이제 번역은 요새 다 되는데, 그 번역이라는 것도 예를 들면 내가 중국인이랑 얘기할 때 뭐 어떤 반도체 비즈니스에 대한 통역을 제일 잘해주는 챗봇, 뭐 그런 걸로 가지 않을까. 네. 저는 그 경쟁력이라는 거와 더불어서 리더십을 같이 생각을 해야 된다고 생각해야 돼요. 우리가 미국만 보고 있으면 계속 뒤처지는 것 같지만, 사실은 한국의 기술력이 나쁘지 않거든요. 굉장히 사실은 특히 우리가 지금 얘기하고 있는 언어 모델 이런 쪽에서 그렇게 뒤처있지는 않아요. 1등을 못 한다는 건데 뭐 꼭 1등만 리더가 되는 건가? 라고 생각을 할 수도 있고, 다르게 보면. 지금 뭐 전 세계에 몇백 개의 나라가 있고 언어를 보면 몇천 개의 언어가 있는데 사실 한국어 모델은 그 중에서는 굉장히 많이 발전되어 있는 모델 중에 하나예요. 그런 의미로, 그런 식으로 보면 우리가 리더로서 특히 이제 아시아를 보면 지역적으로 봤을 때 아시아에서 물론 중국이 있고 일본이 있지만 그 중국, 일본, 특히 중국은 이제 미국이랑 그냥 싸우고 있고 일본은 뭐 우리랑 약간 비슷하다고 볼 수 있는데 어쨌든 그럼 일본이랑 한국이랑 이 아시아에서 어떻게 리더십을 갖고 갈 것이냐. 사실은 연구 그 인프라 같은 게 다른 나라는 아시아의 다른 나라는 훨씬 더 뒤쳐져 있잖아요. 근데 그 인구는 많고 뭐 방글라데시, 뭐 인도네시아, 베트남 그런 나라들을 봤을 때 이런 AI 뭐 언어 모델뿐만 아니라 AI가 우리나라의 AI 기술이 아시아를 어떻게 선도할 것인가. 저는 그게 되게 중요하다고 보고, 그러니까 경쟁력에 있어서는 뭐 다 인력이 더 필요하고 뭐 데이터가 더 필요하고 뭐 투자가 더 필요하고 그냥 너무 뻔한 얘기인 것 같아요. 근데 그 중에서 이제 데이터는 좀 중요한 것 같아요. 어떻게 보면은 한국어만 본다면, 한국어 기술만 본다면 데이터가 사실은 제일 지금으로서는 바틀넥인 것 같아요. 그게 뭐 법적으로 풀어야 되는지 뭔지는 잘 모르겠는데 어떻게 해서든 더 많은 데이터를 확보할 수 있으면 그거는 충분히 우리가 경쟁력을 더 갖는 데에 뭔가 좋은 자원이 될 것 같아요. 뭐 교육도 많이 시켜야 될 거고, 뭐 카이스트뿐만 아니라 한국 대학에도 많이 와 있잖아요, 유학생들이. 근데 더 많이 올 수도 있고 우리가 거길 가서 뭐 교육을 시킬 수도 있고, 그래서 그 나라들도 경쟁력을 조금씩은 이제 그러니까 기술을 조금씩 갖게 하는 것도 뭐 그게 하나의 방법일 수도 있고, 아니면 기업들이 뭐 사실 네이버 같은 데는 이제 많이 진출을 해 있으니까 나머지 아시아 국가들에 구글 같은 회사도 당연히 뭐 인도네시아, 베트남어 다 하고는 있지만 일단 우리 더 가깝고 지역적으로도 가깝고 문화적으로도 좀 더 이제 비슷할 수도 있고, 그런 장점을 살리면 우리가 뭐 정말 이 언어와 문화, 지리, 뭐 역사 그런 거를 잘 보고서 이 AI라는 게 그런 거를 다, 사실 우리의 지능이라는 거는 역사, 문화 그런 게 다 이렇게 같이 있는 거잖아요, 사람은. 그런 게 중요할 것 같아요. 나는 어떻게 더 깊은 생각을 할 수 있을까? 저는 그게 제일 중요하다고 생각해요. 예를 들면 뭐 그 지진에 대한, 튀르키예 지진에 대한 기사를 쓴다라고 했을 때 뭐 몇 명이 죽었고 막 그런 이렇게 막 초를 다투는 그런, 누가 이걸 먼저 터뜨릴 건가, 그러면 여기서 나오면은 그걸 갖다가 이제 거기에다가 조금 더 업데이트를 해서, 그런 거 이제 의미가 없잖아요. 그런 정보는 다 들어오고 자동으로 들어왔을 때 내가 이거를 가지고 사람들이 더 깊이 있는 질문을 할 거 아니에요. 뭐 그러면은 한국은 지진에 대해서 어떨까? 그게 무슨 뭐 기후 변화 그거랑 그 관련이 있을까? 캘리포니아 지진이랑 여기랑 지진이랑 일본이랑 그건 어떻게 다 연관이 있을까? 그다음에 뭐 비리 얘기도 나오고 뭐 건축에 대해서, 그러면은 거기에 정치적인 그런 구조와는 어떤 상관이 있을까? 그런 것들을 이제 사람들이 궁금해하는데, 그런 걸 쓸 수 있는 기자가 이제는 경쟁력이 갖춰지는 거겠죠. 그리고 그거를 빨리, 왜냐면은 뭐 챗GPT 같은 툴이 그 인사이트를 넣어주면 얘가 기사는 써주니까. 근데 그럼 그 깊은 인사이트를 누가 갖고 있느냐. 그게 이제 단순히 기사 쓰는 것만 아니라 사실은 대부분의 다른 영역에서도 비슷하겠죠. 뭐 의사들도 그렇고 교수도 그렇고 뭐 모든 직업에서 그럴 것 같아요. 가장 간단히 생각할 수 있는 거는 사기죠, 사기. 그러니까 우리 뭐 보이스피싱처럼 어쨌든 그걸 훨씬 더 잘할 수 있다면 이게 정말 우리 애가 보낸 건지 뭐 우리의 선생님이 보낸 건지 뭐 그 신뢰할 수 없는 기술이 되는 순간 그걸 이제 악의를 가지고 충분히 그럴 수 있다고 생각하고 그다음에 그 페이크 뉴스 이게 정말 신뢰할 수 있는 거냐 그런 게 더욱더 계속 어려워지겠죠. 그 똑같은 이상한 미스인포메이션을 다양한 매체에 다양한 글로 다양한 글투로 어투로 쓰면은 이게 정말 그런가 보다 이렇게 소스가 하나가 아니라 뭐 여러 군데에서 막 이런 사람들이 썼는데 그러면 이제 온갖 거짓 정보 허위 사실 굉장히 그 위험할 수 있을 것 같아요. 멀티모달로 확실히 갈 거고 어쨌든 사람의 지능은 멀티모달이다. 우리가 보기도 하고 쓰기도 오감이 있고 걔네들이 다 축적이 돼서 우리가 태어나서부터 이렇게 몇십 년을 살면서 그 오감으로 느끼는 습득하는 모든 지식이 이제 쌓여가지고 한 사람이 되는 거잖아요. 그렇게 될 것 같아요. 인공지능이 오감을 가지게 되고 또 하나는 유니크한 사람들이 있는 것처럼 인공지능도 다 각자 다른 성격을 가진 스타일을 가진 것들이 나오겠죠. 예를 들면 굉장히 간단하게 이 챗봇은 아기처럼 혹은 어린이처럼 굉장히 호기심이 많다든지 그래서 막 모든 거에 막 질문을 하고 뭔가 재밌는 거 얘기해 주면 굉장히 막 잘 웃고 아니면 이거는 굉장히 무슨 심각한 50대 사람이라서 그냥 되게 컴하고 그런 뉴스만 보고 정치 뉴스만 보고 막 그런 거를 만들 수도 있겠죠. 그럴 것 같아요. 생성해주는 AI는 많이 이제 쓰시게 되지 않을까요? 제가 지난번 학회 12월에 갔다가 그 펭귄 랜덤하우스 거기 출판사죠 미국에 거기서 북커버를 그 미드저니 그림 그려주는 AI로 책 북커버를 만드는 걸 한대요. 거기는 AI 팀이 있고 그래서 그런 연구도 하고 실제로 정말 거기 이제 원래는 아티스트들이 그 북커버를 하는데 그러니까 그 아티스트들이 그 툴을 쓰는 거죠. 그래서 자기가 원하는 대로 북커버가 나오게 하는. 여기서 방송국이나 할리우드에서도 많이 당연히 쓰고 있고 더 쓰고 사실은 그 할리우드에서 그런 거를 쓰지 않아야 된다라는 사람들도 있고 그런 걸로 저는 알고는 있는데 그 논란의 여지가 당연히 있겠죠. 그래도 당장 쓰지는 않더라도 연구는 해야 되지 않을까. 기사도 마찬가지고 이런 대본 같은 것도 그렇고. 수학처럼 될 것 같아요. 수학처럼 기반 지식, 기술 그리고 그거를 두려워하는 사람들도 당연히 있어요. 사실 수학과에 학생들 잘 안 가잖아요. 근데 수학 과목은 다 듣잖아요. AI도 그렇게 어느 정도는 지금 그렇게 되기도 했고 그러니까 카이스트는 정말 AI 수업 너무 많이 들어요, 학생들이. 좋은 방향인 것 같고 어떻게 보면은 저는 정부의 투자가 그래서 이거는 장관님한테 가서 얘기하는데 AI 대학원 막 그런 식으로 AI 기술에 딱 투자하고 요새 반도체 AI 나오고 그러는데 그런 게 필요 없는 건 아니지만 그래도 조금 한 고등학생쯤 되면은 정말 이 AI가 뭐냐 우리가 어떻게 공존해야 되냐 그런 기본적인 거에서부터 시작해서 대학은 당연히 그 AI라는 게 정말 우리가 미분적분 배우듯이 기본으로 좀 배우고 가야 된다라고 생각해요.
우리가 방향을 좀 전환할 때가 왔다. 사실 그렇잖아요. 그 성장이라는 게 보통 20대 초중반의 성장이 멈추잖아요. 근데 30이 되고 40이 돼서 계속 이게 뭔가 키가 크고 이게 아니라 이건 사람이 아니라 괴물이라는 거예요. 그러니까 20대 초중반에 성장 멈추면 그때부터 머리가 그러니까 성숙해져야 되는 거죠. 기본적으로 이제 미래 연구가 뭐라는 것인가에 대해서 먼저 말씀을 드려야 될 것 같아요. 그러니까 보통 뭐 미래학이라는 것도 있고 미래 연구 이렇게 이제 표현을 하는데 이 미래 연구에 대해서는 보통 뭐 미래에 대해서 예측하고 전망하는 거 아니냐 이렇게 이제 일반적으로 생각하실 수 있는데 물론 그것도 맞습니다. 근데 미래 연구는 본질적으로 변화에 대한 연구입니다. 사실 미래에 대한 그 관심은 전 세계적으로 굉장히 높아지고 있는 상황인데 내일이 미래가 뭐 오늘이나 과거와 같다면 우린 그렇게 치열하게 고민할 필요가 없습니다. 근데 잘 아시는 바와 같이 변합니다. 그것도 굉장히 빠른 속도로 변하다 보니까 불확실성이 높아질 수밖에 없는 거죠. 그래서 다시 말씀드리자면 미래 연구는 변화에 대한 연구이자 불확실성에 대한 지난한 도전이다. 그리고 이러한 그 변화와 불확실성에 대해서 뭐 개인이면 개인, 기업이면 기업 또는 정부가 어떻게 여기에 대해서 대응하고 또 필요에 따라서는 적응하느냐 그리고 또 이를 어떻게 관리할 것인가가 결국 이제 미래 전략이다. 저는 그렇게 정의를 하고 있고요. 또 그런 맥락에서 결국 변화에 대한 연구이다 보니까 변화의 그런 동인들을 찾아내는 데 집중을 하고 있습니다. 변화에도 이제 구조적인 변화가 있죠. 그러니까 예를 들어서 인구 구조 변화라든가 또는 뭐 기후 변화라든가 아니면 또 과학 기술이 가지고 여러 가지 혁신이 가지고 이제 구조적인 변화가 있고 그다음에 이거 구조적이지는 않지만 변화의 징후라는 것들이 있습니다. 그 변화의 징후를 발굴하는 데도 초점을 맞추고 연구하고 교육을 진행을 하고 있습니다. 여러 이유가 있겠지만 그 한국적인 맥락에서 좀 세 가지 정도로 이제 요약을 하자면 첫 번째로 그 변화가 굉장히 빠르게 진행이 되고 있고 불확실성이 높아지고 있다. 이렇게 불확실성이 높아지는 배경에 대해서도 한 세 가지 정도로 정리가 가능할 것 같은데 첫 번째로 그 기후변화로 인한 기상이변 또 기상이변으로 인한 자연재난재해 빈번한 발생입니다. 그러니까 기존의 관측치를 뛰어넘는 소위 뭐 작년만 하더라도 역대급이라는 얘기 우리가 2번이나 들었습니다. 역대급 뭐 홍수 또 역대급 뭐 태풍. 그러니까 이게 예측이 어려운 거예요. 그러니까 언제 이런 어떤 형태로 자연재난재해가 발생할지 잘 모르기 때문에 이런 불확실성을 높이는 하나의 요인이 될 것 같고 두 번째는 챗 GPT 같은 소위 그 파괴적인 기술들이 계속 출현을 하고 있잖아요. 그러니까 기존에는 경험해보지 못했던 그런 새로운 형태의 그런 의외성들이 빈번하게 발현을 하고 있다. 이런 기술 혁신도 불확실성을 높이는 두 번째 요인이 될 것 같고요. 마지막으로는 저는 이 지구가 좀 너무 지나치게 연결되어 있는 것이 아닌가. 소위 뭐 초연결 사회란 말이 등장할 정도로 교통통신 기술이 발달하면서 뭐 어쩔 수 없는 현상이지만 이렇게 워낙 그 연결이 이제 그 밀접하게 되면서 지구 반대편에서 나타난 어떤 현상이나 또는 사건이 만 하루도 되지 않아서 우리나라에서 이제 볼 수 있는. 그러니까 이게 뭘 의미하냐면요. 한 지역이나 국가나 사회가 이러한 변수를 또는 불확실성을 통제하기가 그만큼 어려워졌다는 거예요. 그다음에 두 번째 우리 사회가 미래에 대해서 이제 관심을 갖게 된 배경으로는 인구 구조 변화라든가 또는 기후 변화와 같은 중장기적인 도전 과제에 한국 사회가 이제 직면하기 시작하면서부터입니다. 1, 2년 이게 단시일에 뭐 해결할 수 있는 문제도 아니고 상당히 거시적이고 구조적인 그런 도전 과제라는 거죠. 그래서 우리 한국 사회가 좀 더 먼 미래를 바라보기 시작한 그런 배경이 아닐까라는 생각이 들고요. 그다음에 세 번째 그 배경은요. 지난 한 50년 동안 우리나라가 그 압축 성장이라는 걸 이뤄왔잖아요. 압축적인 그런 경제 성장 또는 민주화, 산업화 이걸 굉장히 짧은 시간 내에 이루었습니다. 그런데 어느 순간부터는요. 우리가 뭔가 벤치마킹 해야 될 따라갈 모델 자체가 없어진 거예요. 그러니까 예전에 소위 패스트 팔로우라고 그래가지고 뭔가 미래를 고민할 때 우리 일본이라고 하는 굉장히 좋은 경제 산업 모델이 있었고 또 미국과 유럽이라고 하는 이제 정치 모델이 있었는데 이제는 우리가 그들과 거의 동일선상에 서 있거나 일부 분야는 앞서기도 합니다. 그러니까 더 이상 뭔가 따라갈 모델이 안 보이기 시작한 거예요. 그래서 이제는 한국적 맥락에서 우리 스스로 우리 미래를 위한 뭔가 모델을 만들어야 된다. 미래를 바라보면서 다른 나라들이 가보지 못한 길을 찾아야 되고 또 다른 나라들이 해보지 못한 정책이나 제도를 만들어야 될 때가 된 거죠. 기정학이라고 하는 건요. 예전에는 지리적인 위치가 국가의 운명을 좌우하지만 최근에 들어서는 그 국가가 첨단 기술과 산업을 보유하고 있는지 여부에 따라 외교나 안보나 동맹 관계가 좌우되는 굉장히 중요한 요소로 지금 부각이 되고 있다. 이제 그런 논리를 좀 피고 있고요. 제가 최근 몇 년 동안 이제 우리나라 국내 몇몇 굴지의 대기업들하고 프로젝트를 진행한 적이 있었는데 소프트웨어 역량을 이제 강화하려고 굉장히 노력을 하고 있는데 이제 문제는 국내외 S급 인재들이 국내 기업으로 안 온다고 합니다. 근데 결국은 처우 문제예요. 그러니까 인력을 양성하는 것도 중요하지만 이 인력을 어떻게 지킬 것인가에 대한 리텐션 전략 이거 없으면요 저희 그 기술 경쟁력 급격하게 하락할 수가 있습니다. 예. 그래서 이 소프트웨어의 중요성을 뭐 다 잘 알고 계시지만 결국은 하우의 문제인데 하우는 결국은 인력이다, 인재다. 인재를 키워내는 것도 중요하지만 키워낸 인재를 어떻게 지킬 것인가는 더 중요하다는 거죠. 굉장히 중요한 말씀 해주셨는데 특히 우리나라 같은 경우가 이 기술의 진보와 혁신을 법과 제도가 따라가지 못하는 소위 그 규제 지체라는 게 심각하게 지금 발생을 하고 있습니다. 특히 우리나라 같은 경우는 그 규제가 굉장히 많고 또 복잡해요. 그 이유가 이 사회적인 신뢰가 없기 때문에. 그러니까 신뢰성이 높아지면은 뭐 그렇게 복잡한 규제도 필요가 없습니다. 여러 정부에 걸쳐서 규제 개혁을 하려고 열심히 노력도 하고 또 정책도 수립해 봤지만 이게 잘 안 돼요. 그러니까 규제는 사실 양날의 검입니다. 국민의 그런 그 생명과 안전을 또 국가가 보호해야 될 그런 의무가 있기 때문에 이런 위험성을 좀 사전에 차단하기 위해서 규제를 하는 경우도 있고 이게 좀 과도하다 보면요 새로운 기술이 이 산업화되는 사업화되는 것을 또 가로막는 하나의 장애 요인으로 작용을 하는 거죠. 지난 정부에서 좋은 제도를 하나 만들어냈어요. 규제 샌드박스라는 제도입니다. 그 사업이 활성화됐을 때 영향을 받을 수 있는 이해 당사자들이 모여가지고 사전에 쭉 논의를 합니다. 여러 가지 미래에 대한 가능성도 얘기해보고 또 시뮬레이션도 해보고 그래서 이 정도면 괜찮겠다 그러면 일단 한시적으로 규제를 좀 풀어보고 이런 것들을 조금 더 확대할 필요가 있지 않겠나. 이 미래 연구라는 건요, 미래 전략이라는 건요 지속적으로 진행이 돼야 됩니다. 관찰과 관련된 데이터 또 이런 과정을 통해서 얻어진 역량들이 계속 축적이 돼야 되는데 우리나라는 자꾸 끊겨요. 공직 사회도 마찬가지고 정부도 마찬가지입니다. 정부가 들어올 때마다 달라지는 거예요. 다시 리셋하고 다시 시작하고 이러기를 거의 한 20년 정도 지금 반복을 하고 있다. 구조적인 문제가 있는 거죠. 저도 뭐 그런 이야기도 많이 듣습니다. 그렇게 말씀하시는 분들한테 저는 항상 그 얘기를 합니다. 우리가 미래에 대해서 어떤 비전, 목표를 세우면 지금 현 상황을 바꿀 수 있다. 지금의 그런 그 투자가, 미래에 대한 투자가 단기적으로는 조금 비용이 들 수 있더라도 중장기적으로 봤을 때는 우리가 투자한 비용보다 훨씬 더 큰 그 편익과 효용을 얻을 수 있다. 인센티브 이 논리를 잘 설명을 해드릴 필요가 있어요. 근데 이게 쉽지는 않은 부분인 거죠. 당장 이제 이익을 이제 원하시기 때문에 국회 미래연구원에서 하나의 그 2037년 미래 비전을 발표한 적이 있었어요. 그 비전이 너무너무 마음에 들었는데 어떤 비전이냐면요. 성장 사회에서 성숙 사회로. 그러니까 사회도 그렇고 경제도 그렇고 이제는 양적인 성장을 추구하는 것이 아니라 질적인 성장을 추구해야 될 때가 왔다. 여기서 이제 질적인 경제라는 건요. 첫 번째가 이제 현 세대 내에서의 뭔가 좀 공정한 자원의 배분. 이걸 이제 질을 높이는 굉장히 중요한 하나의 키고요. 또 다른 하나는 현 세대, 그러니까 지금 살고 있는 우리 사회 구성원들과 아직 태어나진 않았거나 미성년자이긴 하지만 우리 현재의 결정과 행동에 직접적인 영향을 받을 수 있는 이 미래 세대, 그러니까 현 세대와 미래 세대 간의 이 공평한 자원 배분의 문제도 굉장히 중요하게 다뤄야 될 이슈다. 우리가 이런 그 질적 성장을 추구한다면요. 그 세대 간의 형평성, 세대 간의 정의 이거를 전면에 내세울 필요가 있다고 생각을 합니다. 가장 중요한 가치일 것 같아요. UN에서 얘기하는 그 SDG도 지속가능 발전도 결국은 궁극적인 목표는 미래 세대입니다. 그러니까 우리가 환경을 다 파괴시켜버리고 기후변화를 악화시키고 자원을 다 고갈시키고 또 미래 세대의 복지를 다 잠식해버리면 그분들은 뭐 어떻게 살아가겠습니까? 다음 세대도 살아야 되니까 단순히 이제 당위적인 차원을 넘어서 이제는 좀 제도적으로 고민할 때가 왔다. 그렇게 생각을 합니다. 저는 뭐